Good evening, everyone, and welcome to City of St. Gabriel regular meeting. Today's date is Tuesday, July 6, 2021. I'll call this regular meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. And tonight's Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Dean.
Please stand and face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat it after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, invisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Leo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Here.
Councilmember Pu.
Here.
Thank you. And we will start with some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's meeting is live streamed on Cable Channel 3 and our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments will be read for up to 3 minutes each. Comments received after the end of the public comment section will be forwarded to the City Council after the meeting. If you wish to be added to the distribution list to receive City Council agendas, please email your request to cityclerk@sgch.org.
Okay, next item is approval of agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Okay, hearing none, the agenda order is approved. Is there a motion to approve the agenda order? Do we have to vote? Yes.
You do not have to vote, Mayor Leo.
Oh, okay, as long as we all consent with this agenda order. Okay, next item, please.
Presentation A, San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust presentation by Board Chair, Claremont Vice Mayor Jed Leano.
Oh, okay, welcome, Vice Mayor. Leano, please give us your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leo, members of the City Council, and to all my friends and neighbors in the city of San Gabriel. I'm so honored to be here today with you, and I would like to tell you what's happening at the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust. I want to thank you, San Gabriel, for being our partners in this collaboration, and I would just like to give you an update on our work as this is truly a collaborative effort. Slide number 2, please. Just a brief overview of who we are. The San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust is a regional joint powers authority that was created by Senate Bill 751, authored by State Senator Susan Rubio. And the plan was to create a fund that could be financed by both public and private dollars with the intention of funding and financing affordable housing developments throughout our region. The key, of course, is that we are able to leverage government dollars along with private funds. So far, 23 cities have joined the Regional Housing Trust. Next slide, number 3, please. The trust by law is governed by a board of directors, and groups of 4 to 5 cities are represented by an area representative. And we also have several housing and homelessness experts on our board. For anyone in the community who's interested in learning more about our work, I encourage you to attend our meetings, and we encourage public participation from anybody who's interested in the work of affordable housing. Slide number 4, please. So far, in the first year, we've only been in existence for 1 year, and so far we've been able to fund 71 units of affordable housing. The baseline project in Claremont and 56 units in Pomona. The affordable housing units that we funded for this first round were a wide variety of different development opportunities, different populations being served, seniors, families, homeless individuals. And we believe that the larger pipeline that we have represents a wide variety of opportunities to help people facing housing instability. Next slide, number 5, please. And so this is what I'm really excited about. This is a map of the San Gabriel Valley, and the points on the map show all of the different places where we have a pipeline project. If we can proceed, and just so that we're clear, a project can only be added to our pipeline if it is supported by and being offered in collaboration with a member city of the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust. Right now, we've got 18 different projects that represent over 1,000 units of affordable housing. Next slide, number 6, please. You know, the task of dealing with affordable housing, there are so many different gaps, but clearly funding is the biggest hurdle that we have. The pipeline of projects that we have approved that you see in front of you, over 1,000 housing units offered by approximately 11 different cities throughout the region. This is the collaboration of all of our member agencies' best work. And what I appreciate about this list of our project pipeline, on this list are so many different kinds of opportunities: veteran housing, family housing, interim housing, ADUs. But all of the member agencies that have put forward a project for our pipeline represent their work in trying to address the affordable housing crisis in our region. Next slide, please, number 7. You know, we don't only want to deal with developments for affordable housing in the traditional sense of financing multifamily permanent supportive housing. And one of the things that we're learning in the aftermath, hopefully the aftermath of COVID, is that congregate interim housing, like homeless shelters, are really problematic when you have a health emergency. A lot of homeless shelters got shut down because of the health order. And so one of the things that's being put forward now is a pilot shelter program of tiny home shelters. Tiny home shelters allow individuals who receive interim housing to be adequately quarantined if necessary, but also be in a communal environment. We are starting to see that tiny shelter interim housing not only is cost effective in its construction, but also flexible in its placement and its ability to be nimble. Next slide, number 8, please. We don't only want to be a place where we are financing the funding of affordable housing. We believe that the effort of affordable housing can mean a lot of different things. Sometimes we have to take inventory of surplus lands that are that could be good locations for affordable housing. We also want to be a place where ideas, new innovative solutions for affordable housing can be developed. So we're developing an affordable housing incubator. We want to start a housing leadership academy. And we also want to create a land trust. Obviously, we all know that the cost of land acquisition remains one of the biggest challenges in financing affordable housing in the per unit cost. So if we could just go to the last slide, number 9, I just want to say to you, Mr. Mayor, and the members of this council, this project, this problem of affordable housing, it's so acute that the only way we're going to get this done is if we pool our resources and work together. And so I want to thank you all for being members. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come tonight to update you on what's happening. And I look forward to a time when we're able to leverage more dollars for more development opportunities for affordable housing for more of our neighbors. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll conclude my remarks. I hope I win the award for the shortest presentation in San Gabriel City Council history. And if there's nothing else, that'll conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and you already won the award. Any question from our council members? I see Councilwoman Menchaca.
Just real briefly, welcome to San Gabriel virtually. My question is on the private side, can you just let us know what private companies have been participating?
We are just now starting this effort. And one of the things that we have learned, we want to begin a large private fundraising campaign. But one of the hurdles that we've determined is that most institutional gift operations rely on the tax benefits of 501c3 donations. And we're in the process now of developing a separate foundation wing that can be the recipient of that. And we think that when we develop that, we'll be able to then make a larger leveraged attempt at private funding. We don't have that set up yet, but we're looking at doing that this year. It's part of our immediate strategic plan. And thank you, Councilmember Menchaca, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see a raising hand by another council member, Councilman Pu. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Jed. How are you doing this evening?
Great to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thanks for coming and doing the presentation. I remember, the discussions at the COG in establishing this housing trust, and congratulations again on being named the chair of the trust. I think it was late last year. So for our council and members of the public, can you share with us where the source of the funds that the trust is distributing comes from? And then, for our own purposes, we do also have a affordable housing project coming up and in the pipeline, currently in escrow. At what stage of the planning would we be able to potentially submit an application or become part of the pipeline?
Thank you for the questions. They're all excellent questions. I'll try to address them in order. And the answer to your first question, the source of funding. The first initial startup money that we received was an earmark from the state budget. And Senator Susan Rubio worked really hard to make sure that we had that. And then we didn't just receive the dollars and spend them. We wanted to make sure that they were leveraged. So HCD every year offers LHTF, Local Housing Trust Fund Awards, and they fund affordable housing developments that are being funded specifically by local housing trust funds. So they're matching dollars. So our initial round of those first two projects that we submitted money for, those dollars were leveraged dollar for dollar. So the startup money was a state budget earmark, and then the leveraging matching dollars were from local housing trust fund from HCD. And then to answer your second question with regard to when is the appropriate time? So at any time would be great. Frankly, when we're scoring pipeline projects, in fact, shovel readiness, meaning how far along are you, is actually a critical component to our scoring. So we want to make sure that we're funding projects that are going to happen in real time and soon. And then the last thing is, when I was talking to you, I'm sorry, I don't want to go down too many paths here. There's a lot of rabbit holes in this discussion, but not only does local housing trust fund dollars from HCD match dollars on a one-to-one basis, they also leverage donated land and surplus land. So if an agency donates a parcel of land that, let's just make a number up, the parcel's $1.5 million, local housing trust fund will also match the cash value of that land along with it. And so we would love to see projects that are further along, shovel ready, because we want to see our investment results in units now. Right. And we invite you and any other members to submit your projects into our pipeline. And also, dollars are not the only thing matchable. Land also is. So encourage both of that, and would love to work with you on anything that you have in the pipeline, Jason.
That's great. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And because, so if public land, like a public right of way, a portion of a street, for example, were being contributed by the city, some valuation process or appraisal would take place for that land, and that could be part of the sort of the dollar amount that's matched or contributed then by the housing trust. Exactly right.
Exactly right. And in fact, that's a priority policy of ours to then leverage. We want people coming to the table with not only funds, but land gives us an extra opportunity to leverage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have a quick question. A few years ago, state legislator allowed 200 million from cap and trade funding, and that's set aside for affordable housing, but I don't see that anymore. Do you know anything about that? If Senator Rubio can ask that funding for, especially for San Gabriel Valley.
Mr. Mayor, I regret I'm not the best person to give you an update on that, but I'll be sure that the Housing Trust staff can send to you and your city manager's office an update on that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. And the next presentation, proclamation for Parks Make Life Better Month.
Thank you. Community Services Director Perez will make the presentation and Mayor Leao will read the proclamation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have the proclamation in front of me. July 2021 is Parks Make Life Better Month. This proclamation recognizes the importance of access to local parks, recreation trails, open space, and facilities as respite for all Californians impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. We therefore declare the month of July 2021 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports economic vitality of communities by providing frontline jobs, childcare for essential workers, and promoting community revitalization. And whereas Parks and Recreation creates memorable experiences through engaging virtual and physically distanced programs, dynamic online events, and new learning opportunities designed to keep families active while stay-at-home orders are in place and beyond. And whereas Parks and Recreation foster social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equality, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people for all ages and abilities. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthen community identity by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetics, and landscape. And whereas Parks and Recreation facilitate community problem and issues resolution by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and serving as key points of service, helping our communities heal both physically and emotionally. Whereas Parks and Recreation sustains and stewards our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports safe, vibrant, attractive, progressive communities that makes life better through positive alternatives offered in their recreation opportunities. Whereas Parks and Recreation remain versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies, all while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. And whereas the California Parks and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better to inform citizens of many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the St. Gabriel City Council hereby proclaims July 2021 as Parks Make Life Better Month, and in doing so, urges all its citizens to use and enjoy parks and recreation opportunities. Dated July 6, 2021. Chin Ho Liao, Mayor, Tony Dean, Vice Mayor, John R. Hampton, Council Member, Denise Menchaca, Council Member, Jason Hu, Council Member. Thank you. So next item.
COVID-19 briefing. Presentations will be made by Fire Chief Wallace and Police Chief Harris.
Good evening, Mayor Leano, Vice Mayor Ding, and members of San Gabriel City Council. This is Steve Wallace, Fire Chief for the City of San Gabriel, and I'll be presenting a brief update on COVID and the fire department operations in San Gabriel. As of last night at 6 p.m., we have a grand total of 3,271 confirmed cases in the city. And sadly, I have to report that we have experienced 205 deaths throughout this pandemic. All of the city skilled nursing facilities are in good shape. There is one facility in unincorporated San Gabriel that does count towards our totals that does have an outbreak with 5 resident cases as of today. The county has no mandated masks at this time, but the DPH is cautioning us and requesting that when we're in indoor settings to please wear a mask regardless of vaccination status. And this is partially due to in response in an increasing test positivity rate, which is at 1.14% today, down from the low of 0.3 about 3 weeks ago. The fire department is continuing to monitor effects of variant spread, and if there's any information to bring back to the city, we will bring it back immediately. As far as the fire department, we're experiencing normal operations. Happy to report all of our staff is healthy. We have ample PPE stocks, and we're prepared for continuing delivery of exceptional service to the citizens of San Gabriel and surrounding community at this time. That's my end of report for the night.
Thank you, Chief. I guess next item will be Chief Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. This is Gene Harris, the police chief for the city of San Gabriel. And this will also be a very brief presentation regarding COVID and the police department. We're proud to say that we're at 100% service delivery and all of our staff are 100% healthy. We're experiencing no ill effects from the reopening to date. Our PPE stocks are significant in case we need to revert to those. And as the fire chief said, we're following some of the guidelines from DPH, ensuring that when indoors, encouraging the masks to be worn, particularly in our building. We are also still pleading to the public to be safe, make sure that you're paying attention to all of the guidelines, being informed, and trying to conduct ourselves safely so that we don't have a repeat. Within the police department, we are enforcing the rules as expertly interpreted by our human resources director to ensure that in our building, we don't cause a replay of 2020 and we do our part to ensure that doesn't occur. Aside from that, we are 100% at our service delivery and feeling good about moving into the reopening. And again, appreciate all of the help and support of the community in getting through the tumultuous 18 months that just passed. So thumbs up, we are ready to go all the way up. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Harris. So any city council have questions for both chiefs? If not, I have a question for Chief Wallace. So this Delta variant, is spreading like wildfire and in many, many states. However, those states are suffering because they have a very low vaccination rate. However, there's one state, Connecticut, and that's 61.3% vaccination rate. So my question to you is, do they need another booster shot? Because apparently just break through from this vaccines they have.
It's a good question. And with the number of variants coming out, I know we're all concerned about whether or not we're inoculated and protected. In the state of California, the most predominant variant is the Delta. And guidance that we're receiving from the Department of Health at many different levels tells us that fully vaccinated people with the vaccines that are out there have very, very good protection from the variants at this point. I can't comment specifically on what's going on in Connecticut. I haven't looked into that. I can certainly have staff and myself take a look in tomorrow morning and see if there's any anomalies there that are going on with the 61% vaccination rate that maybe we should be looking into. But as far as needing a booster, we have received no guidance or information that says in our area we need any sort of boosters.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no general public comment this evening.
Okay. So no public comments. Well, consent calendar. That's the next item.
All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the City Council or public requests separate discussion. We have not received requests from the public to pull any items.
Thank you. Would any council member like to pull an item for separate discussion? Let's see, none. Okay, well, do we have to take the vote? Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
You need a motion, Mayor. I'll move to
You
approve.
want to move?
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Councilwoman Menchaca and second by Councilmember Harrington. Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye,
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
thank you. And next item, please.
No public hearing this evening, so the next item is continued business item A. Receive and file San Gabriel business update and discuss specific plan and parking requirement considerations. Acting Community Development Director Dominica Megerdichin will make the presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dominica.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council, Dominica Megerdichin, Acting Community Development Director and Economic Development Manager. The item before you is an update on the San Gabriel business climate, a follow-up item to the retail update item presented to you on May 4th, 2021. Next slide, please. As you know, the economy has reopened and our business community is in recovery mode and ramping up for summer 2021. Staff in the finance and community development departments continue to facilitate assistance to existing and new businesses and also focus on promoting our local businesses to residents and visitors. Next slide, please. Our team has created a new San Gabriel restaurant guide shared here for the very first time. At this time, I'll turn it over to Claudia Jellin, Management Assistant, to present the guide.
Thank you, Dom. The guide highlights our San Gabriel eateries by cuisine and is visually pleasing with updated photos of menu offerings from each establishment. We will be posting the guide on the Economic Development website and will share it through newsletters and social media to promote all the foodie destinations that San Gabriel has to offer. We plan to keep this guide current, updating it with the latest and greatest. And while we are here, Council, I would like to take a moment to introduce our new part-time administrative assistant, Jerry Clemente, who has been a huge part of this effort in creating this guide. Jerry recently graduated from Cal Poly Pomona with a Bachelor of Science degree in Community Development and Social Justice. We look forward to grooming and growing him in economic development and community development as a whole. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to Jerry for an introduction.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Jerry Clemente, and I am the new administrative assistant in the economic development team. and I am pleased and honored to be working with such a fine staff, as everyone's been extremely welcoming and very courteous. As Claudia mentioned, I just currently graduated from Cal Poly Pomona with a bachelor's degree in urban planning with an emphasis in community development and social justice. So I'm looking extremely forward in assisting the economic development team in continuing and pursuing and working hard in assisting our constituents streamlines their projects, as well as supporting the advancement of the San Gabriel long-term economical goals. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity, and I am committed in making San Gabriel's community a little bit more resilient, livable, equitable, and thriving. Thank you very much. Go ahead and pass it back to Claudia.
And I'll go ahead and pass it back to Dom.
Thank you. John, can we move on to the next slide, please? At the May 4th council meeting, council requested additional information about what the business license makeup looks like, specifically the number of closed businesses and the number of home occupancy businesses. The information on the chart on the screen provides a snapshot of business license data as of 2 weeks ago. As you can see here, while 122 businesses closed in 2020, we have 35 new business licenses issued in 2021 with 29 pending, which usually means the business owner needs to complete a requirement for the license to be issued. Of the 2,157 active business licenses in 2021, 375 of them are home occ type businesses. The finance department continues to work with the business community to gain compliance from businesses open without benefit of a business license, those that are delinquent, or those that may need some financial assistance through the Economic Development Fund to stay compliant with this requirement to doing business in San Gabriel. Next slide, please. As part of this business update, we reached out to our hoteliers for their input. The properties are in recovery mode, and projections for travel and tourism show recovery between 2022 and 2024. The Hilton is at a 50% occupancy during the week and at a 75% occupancy during the weekend. Rates continue to stay lower than expected, but are improving steadily. The property has reopened the restaurant with limited menu offerings, and other amenities such as the pool, jacuzzi, and fitness center have reopened. The Sheraton sees a weekday occupancy of 75% and a weekend occupancy of 90 to 100%. Amenities such as the fitness center, outdoor pool, lobby bar, and evening food menu are open. The Starbucks coffee is open and now accepting mobile order ahead orders. The EST Prime Steakhouse and Opal Cantonese Chinese restaurants do not currently have a reopening date, as it's depending on the return of demand to reopen those restaurants on site. The city's third property, the Curio Hotel, is currently under construction and is expected to open spring of 2022. The transient occupancy tax continues to stay low as we shift to a post-shutdown economy, and the TOT affects the city's finances as well as the assessment contributions to the Tourism Market Improvement District, San Gabriel Travel and Tourism. Next slide, please. Following council's direction to gather input from the business community on issues such as outdoor dining, parking restrictions, curbside delivery, and retail vacancies, staff conducted a survey of businesses, property owners, and managers. Surveys were translated to Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. They were mailed, emailed, shared on the city website, and promoted on the Economic Development newsletter. A total of 28 responses were received, and input was thin, though they did support curbside delivery and short-term parking options. While the temporary outdoor business permit program does not have a sunset date, we are reaching out to businesses to transition to more permanent sidewalk dining options in lieu of the temporary parking lot setup. In speaking with and visiting a number of establishments, some issues have been identified, including property managers or owners who are not interested in supporting permanent outdoor dining, staffing shortages impacting business and impacting the ability to offer both indoor and outdoor dining, staffing concerns and reluctancy for COVID exposure if indoor dining is offered, and the cost of additional investments. Staff will continue to facilitate review of outdoor dining options on a case-by-case basis and ask temporary permit holders to shift to more permanent options. We recommend utilizing the Economic Development Business Assistance Fund to offset the cost of these permits to motivate more businesses to take advantage of the program. Next slide, please. We are aware that the retail climate is changing. We're seeing a shift to online transactions, smaller square footage investments, and the ways of doing business are changing. Parking requirements are proving to be more challenging and limiting for property owners and business operators. Some restrictions and parking requirements are leading to commercial spaces staying vacant for an extended period of time. A good example is Valley Boulevard. Ground floor units are focused for retail, restaurant, food sales, entertainment, and similar uses. We try to maximize space for retail business and promote higher customer visits, transactions, and sales tax revenues. Parking requirements are based on typical parking demand. While there are ways for our applicants to seek relief from parking requirements, such as a discretionary parking reduction process by way of a conditional use permit, success through this process is predicated on showing that a center or a plaza is not already overly impacted by parking for current uses, which is often the case across our built-out city and along major retail corridors. Next slide, please. Staff requests further council discussion and direction on interest in addressing allowed uses and parking limitations. This effort does not necessarily translate to investing in new studies, but perhaps by way of easing requirements or other ideas in the effort of staying business friendly while responsibly guiding development. This can include amending the specific plan to allow office use in certain percentage of ground floor space where they're not currently allowed. A specific plan update can potentially allow this administrative process without the need for a public hearing. Enhancing the existing parking reduction process by allowing greater reductions in parking requirements, which includes the Planning Commission's discretionary decision-making process, and prioritizing applications for new tenant conditional use permits to support the local economy and help new businesses open as soon as possible. Next slide, please. As far as fiscal impacts, the Economic Development Business Assistance Fund, created to offset the cost of doing business and to stay compliant with licenses and certificates, can also be used to offset some of the sidewalk dining application fees. Any council direction for next steps on the discussion of specific plan and/or parking reductions may have other fiscal implications. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that City Council receive and file this update on the San Gabriel business landscape and provide any feedback or direction, and approve the use of the Economic Development Business Assistance Fund for offsetting the cost of sidewalk dining permit application fees. This concludes tonight's presentation on this item, and staff from the Economic Development and Planning Divisions are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominica. Does any council member have factual question to clarify the report? I see a raised hand by Councilman Pope.
Yes, thank you. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Well, okay. I can't see anybody anymore, but as long as you can hear me. I was wondering if you could clarify, Dom, like what some of the reasons provided by landlords in being resistant to continuing outdoor dining.
I think there's a resistance from what I gathered from a couple of the plazas on Valley Boulevard is that they don't want to see the proliferation of parking lot use that they have been seeing. But in discussing the opportunities for sidewalk dining or use of common space, and it might be because of the high rents along Valley Boulevard, they feel like it would be unfair to allow the first floor tenants to be utilizing some of the common space areas. Whereas maybe folks on the second or third floor may not have an option, or maybe contributing financially to that space, but don't have an opportunity to use it as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Mayor. No comments for this item.
Okay, no comment. Now it's time for council deliberation and discussion. Anyone? Okay, I see Councilwoman Menchaca.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I just wanted to again congratulate the economic development team who always come up with new ideas and new ways to help us move forward and, more importantly, to support our businesses during this really difficult time. Flexibility is key, and we all need to learn to pivot, and hopefully we can work with our businesses to do that. Regarding the restaurant guide, I know you started off last year was an Excel spreadsheet, and then this year it's definitely gone up a notch. But I was just wondering, where would the Blossom Market be? I know it's going to be opening, hopefully by the end of this month. Would that just be a whole different section, or because I was looking at your table of content, and so would that just be it? Because there's what, 15, I think, different vendors there.
That's a good question, Councilwoman. I'm sure I can approach Chris and Ellie, the owners of the food hall, to see if they would prefer for us to create a section specific to food hall or to put everyone in their respective category.
Okay, yeah, so that was a little tricky, but also Blossom kind of triggers the fact that we are having some restaurants that are opening up. Matter of fact, tomorrow, I think most of us might be at the grand opening of a new restaurant, maybe having an extra tab that says, coming soon. But when we mean soon, we mean maybe within the next month or two, not a year or two from now. But I think that would be really helpful to kind of start that anticipation. And as you're doing the grand openings, Dominica and your team, it just kind of helps others know that it's coming, it's coming. And so I would just, add that, or something to consider to add to that restaurant guide. But regarding, I guess it's the page 4, where you have the 3 options. You have amend the specific plan to allow office use in a certain percentage of ground floor space. So when you say amend the specific plan, is that, that sounds costly. That sounds like it would take a lot of time, and this is time sensitive. Every day counts for our business owners. What would that look like, or is there another option to make sure we're addressing the needs of our businesses now, not 2-3 months from now?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So in coming up with these options for council, we had some really thoughtful conversation in-house and with the city attorney. What we didn't want happening was that we were reactive or coming up with something that would circumvent the processes that are in place. So while the update to a specific plan, depending on how wide, and this is something actually right before the meeting started, I texted Samantha, our planning manager, to try to gauge, how much time and how costly could this be. It really depends on what tonight's direction is from council, depending on how far reaching and how much outreach we would be doing for that. But in amending it, it gives us a new process in-house to administratively be able to process this and allow it, as the current specific plan limits the ability of office space going in on the ground floor. So it is something that would take maybe a couple, 3 months, but it's something that we would be able to lean on and continue with a process versus a case-by-case basis, or possibly creating some inadvertent issues down the line.
So if I'm a business owner and I would like to put some more, rent out some ground space, I'm going to have to wait 3 months, regardless of what we say tonight. Is that what you're saying?
If we were to go down the path of making an amendment to or an update to the specific plan, an update to the specific plan itself is a process.
And that process would take 3 months.
I believe when staff discussed it, it could potentially take 3 to 4 months to get it in place, correct?
Okay, so is there any other possibilities just for item 1? Any other, Mark, I see your mic is on.
Thank you, Councilwoman Menchaca and members of the council. I would just give a little bit of detail as to what that process entails. That's not staff taking 3 months to get that together. It would start at the Planning Commission. We would have to have 1 hearing at the Planning Commission, and then it would take 1 meeting with the City Council plus a 2nd reading, because changing a specific plan is actually an ordinance. So it would take the 2 hearings at the council, and then it would be effective 30 days later. So just to give an idea of why that timing is what it is. But if it is something that the council is supportive of, that and we would start soon working with the property owners, we could help with having some interim solution, like letting property owners go through a building permit process for any tenant improvements, things like that, at their own risk. We would make them sign a letter stating that they understand that it could eventually be not approved by the council. So it would be something that they would be doing concurrently at their risk, but it is something that we can speed along. All of that to say, that time up front, as Dominica said, it might be 3 minutes up front, I'm sorry, 3 months up front to do that process. But once we have that process in place, we would then be able to work very quickly at a staff level to approve any future requests that came in. So doing the work up front would make it quicker for property owners and applicants in the future.
Okay, because I'm just thinking during the summer, typically summer, I mean, this is a critical time. And so what we're saying is, hold on until September. And I'm not sure if that would work out. I understand you would have some interim processes or allow them on a case-by-case basis to begin in some fashion. But I do want to hear from my colleagues, but I want to be supportive of our businesses. So whatever it takes to find that balance where we're not just kind of going rogue here. We're following the process, but at the same time, 3 months is just a long time for any business owner. So again, I'll wait to see if my colleagues have any other ideas. And then the second item, it says enhance the existing parking reduction procedures by allowing greater reduction in parking spaces. And I clearly understand the pitfalls there, especially if you live in a neighborhood near restaurants. Mission and Los Tunas is a key place, or a key example. But again, it's working with our businesses. Is this something that could also go to the Planning Commission? I believe there was an idea that I heard from someone that if the business owner could have some type of parking study done, they could take it to the Planning Commission. I believe that's part of the process already. Maybe that's one way to address it. So it allows the community, the residents in particular, to be able to voice their concerns or come up with solutions, but kind of somehow working together as a city to support our businesses, but at the same time be conscientious about what that does, how that impacts our neighborhoods. Are there any ideas there that you can maybe shed some light to?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague in planning, Samantha, just to shed some light on the existing parking reduction process that exists and what a further reduction might look like.
Yes, thank you, Dominica. The current percentages that can be requested ranges between 20% to 40%. So the recommended enhancement would be above those existing percentages.
But again, what about the process? What would a business owner have to do? Do they have to wait 3 months again? Or I have my friend back here, sorry about that. I'm kidding here. Would they have to wait another 3 months if they want any kind of parking amendment? Or is this something that we already have a system in place, like the Planning Commission, that they can just, as long as they have a parking study of some sort? Again, it's just to be able to give our residents an opportunity to speak up also. I don't want to do any of this because it impacts our neighborhoods. It doesn't matter if you live on Valley or on Los Tunas, San Gabriel Boulevard. You change parking ratios and it affects our neighborhood. So I just want engagement. I want everyone kind of on board. But again, 3 months is a long time. So is there something in place we have already that our business owners can pursue tomorrow?
Yes, there is. And as mentioned, the application is a conditional use permit. It is a 2 to 3 month process, as mentioned by city manager, that involves public notification, and just the timing of the application that was filed, and the order of when that application was filed. So there is a process in place. It's in the form of a conditional use permit, and it does take approximately between 2 to 3 months.
Okay, so we have a conditional use permit. Well, that was number 3. I guess this is for number 2, the parking reduction procedures.
Councilwoman, the parking reduction procedure is a CUP as well. So it is a
okay.
process through the
Okay.
Planning Commission as well.
Okay, so how are you going to enhance it then? If we already have it through the Planning Commission, how are we trying to enhance it by allowing greater reductions? Is that what we're asking for tonight?
Correct. The parking reduction allows up to a certain percentage of reduction. If council directed us, we could expand on that percentage allowed.
Okay, and so we would have to tonight at least give direction to expand, and then the process is not changing. It's just the percentage would change.
Correct. And I do want to make you very aware that many of the businesses that contact us, because this is still having to go through the discretionary process at Planning Commission, and the process does require them to show a parking study to show that they aren't already in a parking situation. So if they are already in a parking situation and can't park their existing tenants the way they are, having a successful CUP is probably unlikely because of the way that process is. You need to be able to show that you don't need to meet those standards, that you are not overparked, that you would be able to manage the additional parking on your site in order to get that successfully through the CUP process.
Okay. And then the last item was prioritize applications for new tenant new CUPs to support the local economy and to help businesses open up as soon as possible. So that would just be a matter of making it a priority if you're a new tenant.
Correct. So to Sam's point, if an application comes in and there's 4 or 5 in advance of it that are being scheduled for Planning Commission, with council's direction to prioritize any new business coming in, then they would go to the front of the line, which is a pro for the business, con for those that had already been submitted and now need to wait a longer period of time, and we'll have to communicate to them that they've been pushed back to facilitate these others.
So the others would be like, could you give me some examples of why there would be a CUP with the others versus the new tenants?
Sam, can you
Yeah,
give us
an example would be a variance application or a conditional use permit application for beer and wine, or any other type of entitlement application submitted prior to the newer business application.
Okay. And I know during COVID, there was quite a few bills out there that allowed us some flexibility for businesses. For example, the al fresco, that took place very quickly. But are there any local bills taking place right now that we should be made aware of? I think I read something about serving alcohol outside. That would have to be a bill. Currently, it's not necessarily, we don't have local control over that. It would have to start at the state level. Can you elaborate a little bit more about that bill, how that's going to impact those businesses who want to serve alcohol outside?
Councilwoman, I don't have that legislation directly in front of me, but we do defer to ABC license on any alcohol service. And I do know that there have also been changes or talk of changes for, we've been seeing it in other states as well, for alcohol delivery or alcohol to go being something that's kind of sticking around with us post-COVID, but it looks like Mark has some input for us as well.
Thank you, Dominica. Yes, there is more than one bill that is looking to address this, but basically what the bills would do would allow somebody to set up outdoor dining and not have to modify their ABC permit, and then also to continue the delivery, as Dominica said. So one of the big things that saved restaurants during COVID was being able to have alcohol deliveries as part of their food deliveries. And the bill would automatically allow that without having somebody go through ABC to have to modify their approvals through ABC or their CUPs through the cities. And I will say that just in wrapping up the comments or the questions that you've asked, Councilwoman Menchaca, the city attorney's office and staff from planning and economic development and I talked about ways to try and streamline getting property owners more flexibility. And one of the thoughts was using the emergency powers to somehow grant an ability for an office use to go in where it's not allowed or allow parking reductions. And we couldn't find a way that that would be legal, but on top of that, it would only be temporary. So if somebody established their office use in a ground floor and then the rules were not changed after that, would we then have to evict those folks or would they be in a non-conforming situation? So we felt that the only way we could legally come up with this would be to do the work up front and then open it up for people later on, if that is the will of the Planning Commission and the council.
Thank you, Mark and Dominica. Let's see. Yeah, on the ABC licenses, I know they are very, very behind. There's a couple of restaurants who have shared their concerns that it could be months until they can get either new permits or extended for outside in particular. So if you could just keep us informed about that. But it does hurt business. So, so anyway, I will just stop here, but I know for my, in my opinion, I want to do whatever we can, whether it's streamlining or amending or you know, having our planning commission you know, more involved or putting people in the front of the line, whatever it takes to support our business. The next 3 months are critical. You know, we're reopening and we just can't have these obstacles. So if there's anything we can do at the local level, I will be voting or nodding my head, whatever you need tonight, towards that goal. So thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, Councilor Pu, we have questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo and agree 100% with Councilwoman Menchaca's comments here, the need for flexibility and sort of the urgency of being able to help both existing businesses reopen and also new businesses to open. And, you know, and listen to the discussion and all the questions and answers on that Councilwoman Menchaca asked. I was wondering, as a practical matter, you know, how many sort of CUP applications do we currently have in the pipeline that are sort of on the agenda right now?
As an approximation, probably between 6 to 9.
Okay. And are those, a majority of those, can you give us a sense of like whether they're business related or like, as you mentioned, ABC type of applications or variance type of applications, you know, just a sense of, you know, what the mix is?
Right, the common ones would be beer and wine and the parking reduction.
Okay. Of the parking reduction, you know, applications that we've processed over the past year, I take it then up until this point, none of them have granted, we've not granted any greater than 40% reduction. Is that correct?
Yes, they average at the 20%.
Okay. And in order to obtain that reduction, the business also needs to provide a parking study. What, I guess, what level of formality do we require in that? Does it, you know, require an actual, you know, engineering firm study, or how can they obtain and submit that kind of information?
That's correct. It would have to be a formal official study that's conducted by a traffic engineering firm. And then it's also reviewed by the city's public works department as well.
That sounds like an expensive process. Do you have a ballpark of what that costs the business?
No. That's
But it-
usually a cost between the applicant and the firm.
Right, yeah, but I can imagine it's in the thousands, at least, it's fair to say,
Fair, yes, likely.
likely. Okay, and, based on feedback and conversations that the economic development and planning teams have had with businesses, how many do we think are requesting variances on just parking itself of greater than 40%?
Well, since these have been general conversations without actual calculations based off of numbers and needs and types of uses that the centers are looking at, we do not have that percentage.
Okay. So we don't, at this point, we don't necessarily see a need for expanding the percentage of the parking reduction. But I do agree with Councilwoman Menchaca that we, have a need as we're looking to reopen to sort of expedite this process. And let's see. As part of a CUP process, could a particular use, so I'm trying to sort of dovetail, these various issues together now, right? Whether it is an office use on the ground floor that happens to be, because I believe like the Valley Boulevard specific plan, I think was done in 2006. And that's 15 years ago now. But both of these different sort of conflicts with the code, the specific plan also being, part of our code, part of our municipal code, would require some form of, variance or CUP in order to allow that business to either continue or to open. So whether it's a parking variance or a variance on a restriction on ground floor office use on Valley Boulevard, let me just at least first clarify and make sure I understand. You're saying that the process would be the same, could be the same, could be the same CUP process.
If I may, Mayor Leao, may I chime in on that point?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd Pilchin. Councilmember Pooh, I don't think that you could use a variance or a CUP to get relief from the restriction on office on the ground floor, because that's a use that you want relief from. And generally, you can't use a variance for relief from a use restriction. A variance is usually to change the standard, the number, like the number of parking spaces or the number of feet in height for a building or the floor area of a building. But when you talk about a use, like for example, you want to put commercial in a residential zone, that's a use question. You can't use a variance for that because the theory is that there's no hardship because someone else can just put the proper use in there. Usually a variance requires that you have to show that there's some specific circumstance that creates an unnecessary hardship. So typically courts have found that you can't make that finding for a use, for relief from a use. Am I making that clear?
No, not really, but that's okay. I think I understand what you're getting at. Let's say we had an office use that also happened to sell personal alarms, for $5 each, something that you can keep on your keychain. How do you interpret that?
In terms of, you saying would it be like a retail or a commercial instead of an office use?
It's a use that includes both.
Okay, so I guess the way that, well, it's going to depend on the specifics, but it sounds to me like that would be what's called an ancillary use, meaning it's not the main use that you're seeking the approval for. It's just a little side thing that you're doing. So there may be an allowance for an ancillary use.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. Then I think, to get to Councilmember Menchaca's end goal and my end goal here is I think something maybe perhaps along the lines of what Mark mentioned earlier. And Mark, maybe you can provide us with more information and detail about this idea of an at-risk letter. What does it entail, and what does it, actually mean? Can it also be structured in a way or issued in a way that allows for a certain amount of time then for a business to actually, either go through the process it needs to go through, or for, the city to go through the process that it needs to go through?
Sure, to answer that specific question, Councilman Hu, we could have an at-risk letter that would allow somebody to process their approvals if they had to. As an example, if they had to pull construction permits for a tenant improvement for their project to convert from a former use to a new use, we could allow that, and it could be for as long as it takes us to get through that process, with that risk of knowing that if it didn't go through, that would be something that they would be out of whatever money they spent on that project, and we wouldn't be able to reimburse them for that. But on the other question you asked, Councilman, about the trying to combine both processes for a parking reduction and an office use on the ground floor, I think maybe I conflated those in my description at the beginning. My suggestion would be is that we modify the code if the council and the planning commission want to allow office uses on the ground floor. My suggestion would be that we modify the code to allow a certain percentage of ground floors to allow office uses, and that would be then something that could be done by just a business license, because they would be an allowed use. So the parking issue would be totally separate, and in most of our centers, that office use is going to be less parking requirement than retail or than restaurants. So that would be a completely separate issue that we would be fixing, and that would be something that wouldn't take any time for somebody to apply for. Whoever running into the parking, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. However, I mean, what I think Councilwoman Menchaca and and we had no prior conversation about this whatsoever, but I think we are, very like-minded about this issue, which is that we happen to be in a particular moment in time when we are really trying to get our, local businesses back up and running as soon as possible. And it would really serve to the benefit of our own local economy. If those businesses are not able to open here, they will go elsewhere, in which case we, the city, lose. And I think that, in situations like this where we have sort of a timing sensitive need to be nimble, to be flexible, and to be accommodating, I'm usually a bit reluctant and loath to make permanent changes to, the laws and legal structures, which is what, amending the specific plan would entail. I understand it's a longer term solution, but it's more, I think, what we're really talking about here is also just being able to offer temporary respite so that, from these restrictions, which again, were enacted in 2006. So another reason why I'm a little bit, reluctant to entertain that conversation of amending the specific plan is, to be frank, we need to amend the entire general plan of the entire city, as well as the specific plans and so forth and so on. Of course, that's a, 18-month process that maybe will cost, several $100,000. So, and we don't have the time or the resources to do that right now. And, making little tinkering changes on a piecemeal basis sounds like a recipe for inviting unintended consequences, which we may regret later. So, I think what we're looking for is a temporary solution to the sort of immediate problem that allows for the flexibility and for some of these businesses to open. And, it may be that some of them end up staying for a very long time. We would hope so. I think that businesses would be able to thrive and be successful here and be multi-year tenants in some of these plazas and spaces. But at the same time, we haven't gone through enough of a process, including an engagement process, as Councilwoman Menchaca mentions, with the community, to really, I think, make an informed decision as to a permanent change to the codes that apply, in a more general way, absent the sort of emergency that COVID has presented and the period that we're in now of trying to come out of the slog, I suppose, that COVID has put upon us. So with that being said, I guess, could you provide more detail about the, like you said, the at-risk letter, the extent to which it had like the potential length or duration, like the term of it, any particular sort of conditions that can be applied or included in it, things along that in that nature?
I'd be happy to. Councilman Pu.
If I may, Mark, do you mind?
I'd like to hear from Mark first, Lloyd.
Oh, sure, please.
Sure, Councilman Pu, and trust me when I say that all of us would like to say yes to these businesses and get them in right away. It's not a matter of trying to be punitive or regulatory. But to answer your question, any at-risk letter would be only for the purposes of them going through their permit processes and getting their business ready to open. It would not be a permit to open in advance of the code regulations being changed. And I think it's for the exact reason that you mentioned in your thoughtful comments, which are that we haven't had any public discourse or any public noticing about any changes. And so if we started allowing uses that weren't allowed in our specific plan to open and didn't go through that process, we would be at, I think, a greater risk from folks who see these popping up and have complaints and concerns about those. And once we allowed them to go in, that would be permanent. We couldn't allow somebody to open and then for a few weeks or a few months or what have you decide that that wasn't a good change. And now we have all of these office uses that are on the ground floor, and we have not gone through a process to permanently allow those.
And that restriction, though, is only with respect to the specific plan areas, correct? I mean, and are we talking mostly or maybe even exclusively about the Valley Boulevard specific plan? Because I wasn't really aware of the same kind of restriction, for example, in the Mission District, where we did have offices. And in fact, there's some later on this evening, there's a update on the Mission District that includes, conversion of some office spaces or what were formerly office space, right there next to City Hall.
You're correct. Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Yes, that is specific to the specific plan area. In fact, within the specific plan area, there are 6 zone classifications, and out of the 6, 4 have this restriction and 1 allows.
And I know that almost like every parcel is zoned differently within the Valley Boulevard specific plan, for example, mixed use transit or this or that. Can you tell me, and I will write down right now, the zoning classifications that have this restriction?
That would be mixed use transit, commercial center, mixed use corridor.
Oh, hold on. Please, just 1 second. I have to write as fast as you're talking. Commercial corridor, you mentioned? Is that what you said? Commercial center.
Commercial center.
Mixed use transit, mixed use corridor. Go ahead.
I believe that would be it. The one that allows it would be mixed use corridor residential. And the remaining 2 have a strong emphasis on residential use.
Okay. But mixed use corridor residential actually allows for office use on the ground floor?
Yes, and in looking at the map, it looks as though the properties that have been identified are more shallow than many of the other properties that have been defined and outlined for the other zoning use categories.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm curious if we're allowed to do like a planned overlay development that would allow for, say, a mixed use project in what was formerly zoned simply like C1, that applies obviously to use. Wouldn't the council also have the ability then to authorize office use in one of these zones that on a case by case basis?
Plan development overlay.
Well, I'm not saying using the PDO process for these specific businesses, but as an example, the council has the authority to rezone essentially any parcel. And yes, there's a process involved, but what is, I guess, why would that not be possible for, specific uses that just happen to be in, conflict with mixed use transit or commercial center or mixed use corridor?
You absolutely could, Councilman Poop, but remember that PD goes through a process and has an ordinance that's attached to it with all of that. With the development agreement ones we've done have an ordinance attached to it. The plan development.
It's a zone change. It's a zone change.
Which is what we're proposing, is a text amendment to the zone, not a zone change, but a text amendment to allow that use in that zone. It's a specific plan, so it's a little different, but basically it's a text amendment that allows that.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to hear also, the thoughts and comments, obviously, of my colleagues here. I think that we are looking for something that is an expedited process that, allows for businesses to at least get things up and running, get things started. Obviously, it would be better if they could also actually open for business. From what I'm hearing, that even this sort of at-risk letter doesn't grant them that. And it feels like a very outdated, or, to be honest, I'm not sure even if any of the current council members were on the council at the time that the Valley Boulevard specific plan was adopted. Maybe Councilmember Harrington. And so if he has any recollection as to why this particular restriction, I think I can understand wanting to have retail and restaurant uses on the ground floor, making for a livelier streetscape, so forth and so on. But then to disallow any office use whatsoever feels a bit draconian, and honestly too, I can see that possibly I have to go back and look, but I think some of the other projects that are going on right now, even to the east of Del Mar, are also in the Valley Boulevard specific plan area. So these rules and restrictions would affect them as well. So I think in the totality of the information and what the discussion that we've had here, I think I maybe do favor beginning the process to amend the specific plan. Mark, as you suggest, doing a text amendment to the specific Valley Boulevard specific plan for a certain percentage, or maybe just amending it to provide for a case-by-case determination. It's not that all office uses are necessarily, great and favorable, but I think the ability to have some level of discretion and control is definitely a good one. It depends on the business, but at the same time, there's a kind of a urgent and immediate need right now with respect to some businesses that are trying to open or reopen, and this sort of old, outdated you know, restriction, I feel like is just getting in the way. So I would favor anything that allows them to be able to, you know, actually open, you know, on an expedited basis. If it means, and if we can't issue a CUP simply just to like allow for a use, that's what I'm hearing Lloyd saying. Lloyd, is that correct?
Well, okay, let's put it this way. There's the word use is in conditional use permit. So some things like a restaurant requires a conditional use permit, but the restaurant use is already provided for in the zone with a conditional use permit. So that's what's missing here is we have a code or a specific plan that is prohibiting office on the ground floor.
I still don't see why the council doesn't have the authority to waive that if we wanted to. Are you trying to tell us that we don't have that authority?
The way to waive it is to change the code. You have the.
I disagree. I mean, we have the authority to do so. Longer term, I agree with you that would be the correct process, but we're not talking about that. I mean, if I haven't been clear, we're talking about a temporary and a very like sort of an urgency based thing because we're trying to allow for these businesses to reopen. And I don't see, I mean, there are definitely some office uses which we probably would consider unsavory. Maybe we think that, you know, there's questionable legitimacy of a type of business, but for many other office uses, it's probably perfectly fine. And it's not something that I think would necessarily even create any controversy or be something that anybody is upset about. So in any case, I'll hand it back to the rest of my colleagues here. I think that for businesses that are just looking to try to get their tenant improvements going, sure, the you know, at-risk letter, I guess, provides them with, well, really doesn't provide them with anything, to be honest. But you know, some ability for us to be able to have some discretion and allowing those uses on a case-by-case basis, I think is, you know, what we need and something that can be implemented, you know, right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member?
I have a few comments, Mayor.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. It was great. I did have a few questions. First, regarding the restaurant guide, I just wanted to see what the outreach process was. Did we just go through business licenses, or, you know, what's? I understand that you can add yourself to it, but have we contacted all of the restaurants in the city, or how do we go about that? So I think we should have a business license for each one, correct?
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to turn it over to Claudia.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. That is correct. We did go through a lot of the business license list of business. We also based this significantly off our most recent edition, which was our takeout guide, and also following a lot of the recently opened businesses that we did discover through Yelp.
Okay.
And the establishments were contacted.
Okay, so did we send a mailer, phone, like what was the actual process when you say they're contacted? Do we like
for some of the businesses that we didn't have images for, could not find, let's say, from their Facebook, they were contacted directly to provide us with some of their images, their menu highlights as well.
Perfect. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether we, like the one concern I did have always is our ability to use the images in our publication. I just want to make sure we obtained, you know, we weren't just scraping the internet and taking images, that we actually have the right to use them in a city guide.
Correct. Yeah, these are all images that the businesses did provide, or they did provide on their Facebook pages.
Perfect, thank you.
Business photos.
Got it. So my questions regarding the report, I'll just say I was not on council when the Valley District Plan was approved. I think that was 2005, maybe 2006-ish. My question though is, and I'll just state first, I'm not a big believer in telling a landlord what they can and can't have on a specific plan if it's allowed by the general plan, like as far as putting an office on the first floor, second floor, third floor. I don't have a concern with that. Because I know typically restaurant space, you get probably more square foot anyway. So if the landlord wants to take a cut down in their square foot price, that's their business decision. So I'm all for changing that and allowing the landlord and tenant to decide that. Regarding the parking reduction, that I think is a discussion in and of itself that needs to happen holistically. I think we've talked about it for years. There's benefits for more parking. There's benefits for less parking. There's just it just depends on what philosophy people take as far as the number of spaces. I think the last traffic study for in general that I read said there's 8 parking spots for every car typically. That's if you count garages and you count driveways and you count street parking and you count everything. It's something like that. But the problem is mostly they get concentrated in one area. The need is concentrated in one area. So we do have a huge parking requirement that is not always efficient. So I think individual parking studies that take in traffic counts and the area in general help buffer that. And if we have a code that acknowledges that, I think that's a good thing. Regarding prioritizing the applications of new tenants, I did have a question. I don't know if this is for Dominica or Mark. Rather than prioritizing, I wanted to know if, what if we just added temporary staff or more staff attention to processing them? I know there's a limit for CUPs as to the process. I mean, they have milestones that have to be met, and there's hearings and there's different things. But regarding actually processing the permits and getting them in the pipeline faster, and possibly having maybe an extra meeting once in a while for planning, have we thought of those also besides just letting people skip lines? Maybe speed it up for everyone.
Sam, I'd actually defer to you. Is that something that we have discussed as a staff? I know we're down a couple of staff members because of last year's need to keep positions open for our COVID revenue reduction, and we're ramping up now. But for a temporary situation, Sam, is that something that would help?
Yes, so mechanisms that can be looked into would be conducting special meetings outside of the regular meetings that have been identified by the code.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If staff has the capacity to process the applications, but maybe the logjam is the actual having the meetings, perhaps we could have meetings only for the CUPs and just process a bunch in a row. The ones that have been lingering the longest. That's a nice one to try to say. So if we can have like an aging report and say, hey, this one's been out here 4 months. Let's try and get some speed on this and kind of prioritize it that way, not necessarily jumping people in line. Because if we release the logjam, then they get processed faster. It's just kind of let's be creative in how we can do it. I think that might be a way to work it as well. Other than that, I agree with a lot of the comments that came prior to that. There's a lot of just complex and a lot of interplay between the specific plans and the general plan and the processes we have to follow. So I do think there's some creative thinking that can solve a lot of these, and I'm open to have all of those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Any other person wants to? Okay, I see Vice Mayor Dean.
Yeah. So this time it's interesting to find out it's our value is a meaning our variable one. The first floor we cannot use any use for the office use. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So, so far we don't know the previous council member how they make this kind of decision, right?
Well, the reason for that decision, Councilman Ding, is You try to create, it's the old feeling of a real downtown. I know Valley Boulevard is in the downtown, but in older downtowns that are walkable, you had retail uses on the ground floor and the attorneys and accountants were on the second floor. And that's what created streets that were very pleasant, and the traffic was good. You could have several stops with one, parking in one spot and going to several shops. But there's a case to be made. I mean, if that's what the council and the planning commission are willing to entertain, there's a case to be made that Valley Boulevard is the centers that are predominantly built out. We don't need as much of that synergy anymore because there is enough of those centers that are populated with restaurants and retail that a small percentage of office is not going to undo the work that's been done over the past several years. Plus, with the changing landscape of retail, it bears taking a look at again.
So I like Councilmember Poole also talking about is there any chance we can change that? Because for my understanding, some community told me, okay, I don't know the whole definition for the office. I don't know the bank. You think it is office use or not?
Actually, bank is its go ahead, Sam.
Bank is its own defined use.
It's a bit. So it's a retail or something or office use.
No,
Banks
a bank
are allowed on the ground floor. It's a separate use, but they are allowed on the ground floor.
Okay. Yeah, but some community member also asked, say they prefer some office. They want first floor. They especially for senior person, easy to access this kind of facility. They don't need to go to stair. They need even sometimes for them hard to take the elevator. So that's when I know the community told me request. So not a request, they prefer, not a request, they prefer, they want to see that they go to the office, it's better, it's on the first floor, it's convenient for them to access. That's, I just let our people, the city staff or our rest of council member know that I hear about it. Okay, so but the previous I know they want a good. Ideally, they want maybe it's let the law office or whatever go to the second floor. But I think it's not good for the community use. So even right now I think we have the mixed use. Probably also it's good for the if people they go, it's on the upstairs condo media, it's for them to go down to the first floor, go to access their some office. So office right now, I think it's better than a lot of retail they go to the online, right? The most of the service, the job law office, real estate office, loan processing, or CPA, or even my career insurance. Actually, my client, they say, it's on the first floor. That's like it. They want it easy to access. So I don't know if a city attorney say maybe a loan processing for the if they will change the zone, but is there any more alternative way to I just want to serve the community, let the community know easy to if a previous they are really idea I still I don't want to say something, but I just see the currently what's the best for our community. Yeah, that's my comments. Yeah.
So we've heard loud and clear, I think, from the majority of council that you're wanting to do something quickly, whether it's permanent or temporary as a result of COVID. It seems to be up for discussion, but it seems like everybody is interested in doing something quickly. We will get back together, Lloyd and I and Sam, and try and see if there's something we're not thinking of. But Vice Mayor Ding, I'll tell you that we are not at all opposed to allowing office on the ground floor. It's just a matter of how we can do that. And that time period, that 3 months that we talked about is just the one-time upfront time period. And I know that it's very important now because we're responding to COVID now, and 3 months is a long time for a business owner who wants to open their business now. But once we go through that process, then that will not have to be gone through again. It won't be discretionary. Somebody who wants to open a business on the ground floor can do that by applying for a business license, and they'll be able to open up as quickly as they can fill out their office space. So it is something we can make happen, and we can do it as quickly as we can, and then this won't be an issue in the future.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead, Councilman.
thank you. Thanks, Mark, for the and to my colleagues, to Vice Mayor Ding and Councilmember Harrington for your comments as well. I mean, I would like to propose some form of short-term process that by which those types of businesses can apply to, perhaps directly to the council, where we have, a mini hearing of some kind to just at least determine whether or not it's something that we approve of, and then give them a short-term, for lack of a better term, variance or waiver to be able to do so while we're also going through this process of the text amendment that would make it a more of a permanent solution. I don't think necessarily the scope, the number or the volume of these applications will necessarily be overwhelming. It's a short-term thing that allows them immediate relief that then also gives us the time, and that relief could also be conditional upon whatever the the permanent solution we put in place might be. But I fear that process would take actually longer than 2 to 3 months, especially if we really go through the community engagement process as we should. And so that would allow those businesses to be able to open and actually conduct business, not just get ready, while we're sorting out sort of the more permanent solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up with what Councilmember Dean and Councilmember Fu have talked about, and Councilmember Harrington. I also wanted to ask staff, since you're going to kind of go back and rethink, maybe reaching out to some of our neighboring cities, maybe some of the regional groups for ideas, because I'm 99% sure we're not the only city going through this, struggling through this. And maybe there is some ideas out there that are taking place, or kind of in these kind of emergency ordinance that are taking place, because this is summer. This is a critical time. And, I'm hoping there is some solution out there aside from some of the things we've talked about tonight. So I'm just going to ask staff to please reach out to others for ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you.
Mayor, I decided to add on something. Sorry. Okay. Why I mentioned bank, if we allow the bank, so actually right now bank inside, they do the insurance, they do real estate, they do the loan processing. So sometimes people want to challenge us. It's also it's critical, right? So you can see a lot of the bank, they do a lot of the side business inside the bank. So that's I mentioned that. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, actually, 15 years ago, why we have this Valley specific plan, because we designate the Valley Boulevard as Golden Mile. We want everything that can bring in gold. Any business can create fortune. So, but that's 15 years ago. But we have also several exceptions. For instance, the Golden World Plaza, we have 2 CPAs on the ground floor. We have a social service and on the ground floor, and across from the Focus Plaza, the Hilton Hotel has a more mortgage company and also casino VIP members services. You don't see anybody coming here, but anyway, these are the services. They are not retail. That's what I'm trying to say. So there are already offices on the first floor, and this is, we bring this back because I think we need to revise the specific plan. 15 years ago, we don't have this many new constructions, and especially mixed use, projects. And if you look at the 5 constructions, 5 projects under construction right now, they're going to create more than 350,000 square feet of the commercial spaces. I wish they all can be complete, in a year or two, but most likely they will. So how are you going to fill up all these new spaces plus the old vacant stores? We have so many vacants right now. So this is a critical time. We cannot say, well, yeah, wait 3 months, 6 months and fill them. As a matter of fact, I had 4 or 5 business people. They want to move into San Gabriel. They got frustrated because, they couldn't get anywhere. And so I thought, well, we'll talk about it because we want to show our city is business friendly. All these, whatever the old restriction, maybe we can move. For instance, one talking about the parking situation. Before COVID, it was allowed to have a dancing school, but after COVID, because the dancing school, they moved to a different city, but the new tenant wants to open up it's like a martial art academy, and these are for young people. And so they don't drive, the parents just drop them off, but our city staff said, well, no, you don't have enough parking. But the problem is we already allowed to have a dancing school before. So, we have different answers for all different applications. And for instance, just south of Valley Boulevard, there's a secretarial service, and next to it is computer repair shop. Okay, computer repair shop, I don't think that's a retail, but then the new tenant wants to move in for boba drink place. So that's another issue, because we want to be friendly, because anyone at this pandemic, after pandemic, if anyone wants to spend money to open a business in our city, I think, oh my goodness, we appreciate your effort. You want to come in here. Most of the places that they are suffering, and they don't have anyone wants to move in. So I think we're very fortunate. I would just look ahead, because say 2-3 years from now, we have all these new buildings with new vacant stores. This will be devastating, because we cannot just say this is played by the book and we have to restrict everyone. We're not going to allow you to have any flexibility. So that is a big concern for me, because again, ground floor, they have to pay at least, double for the second floor, right? If they can, if they can't move to the second floor, of course they want to save money, they move to the second floor, but because they cannot, because there's certain reason they got to have their business on the ground floor. So they paying double for their rents. So why wouldn't the city allow them to come in? So as I heard everyone just talking about it, it's pretty much the city council wants to be more flexible. Whatever the staff wants to do, a risk letter, if we can just let them move in. And I'm sure for long term, we can set up the guideline. I think if you look at the Valley Boulevard now, at least I'll say 5 to 8% on Valley Boulevard, they are offices. Okay, so you know, if we want to set a percentage, we probably need to set up a 20% percentage for office on Valley Boulevard. So I think tonight is a great discussion, you know, because again, we have to prepare, you know, because all these new construction are doing right now, and then what happened? End up all vacant stores. Hey, this is I just don't think we want to see that. But before I forget, I want to thank our staff to come up with this St. Gabriel restaurant guy. I just looking at these pictures, make me hungry. Beautiful, beautiful place, beautiful restaurants. But however, I want to tell you, miss out several, okay? Because I just love to eat. And well, Councilwoman Menchaca mentioned there is a new restaurant, actually been open for a week now. It's called the Hong Kong VIP Kitchen, and it's they took over the Samu. Samu has been around 42 years. You know, they're famous for their barbecue duck, roast, baby pig, you know, all that kind of stuff. So they're successful. But anyway, this place will have a room time tomorrow, and that's one. Another one is the Omar restaurant. And this is the one and only. No other city has this type of cuisine. It's the Islamic Uyghur cooking. Okay, it's on New Avenue, and it's very authentic and it's delicious. Another one is the Golden Leaf on Las Tunas, and a couple of years ago they had customer waiting line. You know, and for what? It's called the fried thinking tofu. And probably our code enforcement, or, you know, like Joe Chen was very involved because the neighbors complaining. So they stopped serving that. But anyway, the Golden Leaf still doing fantastic business. Another bakery, I have to tell you, nowhere else you can get them. Okay, only in St. Gabriel. It's called Sunny Bakery. And so what kind of birthday cake they have is durian. You know, durian is the tropical fruit. It has a strong smell, but cut it open, it's so delicious. If you've never tried durian cake, go to Sunny Bakery and you will get that. But anyway, there are more, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I think, again, congratulate the new guy, Jerry. Okay, well, welcome, and you did a wonderful job. Look at all these beautiful pictures. So, yeah, the restaurant guy is important because nowadays, you know, a lot of people just look through the guide, it helps and whatever. But I think St. Gabriel is one of the foodies city that we can provide all kinds of food in our city. So again, well, is there a motion by Councilman Pu that you want to talk about how we're going to solve this issue?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilman Pu, if you don't mind, I just want to make one quick suggestion or request. We will work starting tomorrow on a solution that would be temporary, but I'm fearful we won't come up with them just because of state laws and other things. But if we can, we will. Can I suggest that we start on a parallel track with the specific plan amendment so that we don't waste time and come back to council at our next council meeting or the meeting after with a request to go through the same process? And we'll lose 2 weeks or a month between meetings if we do that. If we find something, we'll bring it back as soon as we can and we'll stop the other track. I have just found, in summary, I just found in my career that sometimes when we try alternate methods, it ends up taking longer than if we would have just started and finished with the first track. And with that, I'm open to any suggestions for council.
Okay, any council wants to comment on that?
Well, Mayor, I appreciate your invitation to make a motion. I think if I'm understanding, the will of the council properly, I would like to make a two-part motion. The first part being to direct staff to bring back a temporary process by which office uses on the ground floor in the Valley Boulevard specific plan can be allowed.
Okay.
And the second part and motions direct staff to initiate the process to amend the Valley Boulevard specific plan to allow ground floor office uses with appropriate requirements or controls, of course. And those requirements, provisions, controls, obviously to be determined during the process.
Okay.
And obviously with adequate community outreach and engagement.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that one additional item, amendment to this motion, to approve the use of the Economic Development Business Assistance Fund to offset the cost of the sidewalk dining permit application fees.
Okay.
Okay, I accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
Thank you. So we have motion, second was amendment. Well, any council wants to deliver or discussion?
Just to be clear, Councilwoman Menchaca, was that a second of the motion with your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I guess City Clerk, can we vote now? Can you take the vote?
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, next item, please.
New business item A, Comprehensive Mission District Update. Management Assistant Claudia Gellin will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Claudia Gellin, Management Assistant of the Economic Development Division. The item before you tonight is meant to provide you with a comprehensive update on the Mission District and of the implementation strategies from the results of the AECOM Comprehensive Mission District Economic Analysis that was provided in fall 2019. Next slide, please. To start, the Mission District has been a top priority for the city for many years. While the city has focused much of our efforts over the last 15 months on business programming and support citywide throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Mission District continues to be a priority as we are refocusing our efforts in revitalizing the area. And although some efforts to revitalize the area were limited, staff has continued to move many projects and programs along during this time, including efforts with the Blossom Market Hall, facilitating temporary outdoor business permits in the area, PPE drive-through events, a virtual Mission District stakeholders group meeting, facilitating construction projects in the area, and maintaining communication with property owners and managers regarding vacant spaces. Next slide, please. To give you a sense of the continued projects in the area, I will be providing an update on some of the most significant projects. First, Blossom Market Hall. This upcoming food hall completely renovated a 1949 Masonic Lodge building to provide a 13-vendor food hall to the historic Mission District and is expected to open by early August, featuring diverse food options such as Caribbean gourmet, Mexican food, Southern barbecue, sushi, plant-based options, and more. In consideration of the impacts of the pandemic to businesses, the city is pursuing a year-long pilot program under the city's 10-point plan for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment that offers some flexibility to the original conditions of the project, including a temporary suspension of staggered business hours. The owners were challenged with filling the lost stall with a vendor who can feasibly launch a successful business on site, and the pilot program test run has allowed the food hall to fill the lost stall, which is important to the success of the food hall during the first year of operations. Second, Tony Wong Patisserie. A famous patisserie from Hong Kong, Tony Wong, will be opening a cafe at the former pizza place at 303 South Mission Drive. While this project was expected to be completed in spring 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic significantly delayed construction efforts at this location. The project is expected to resume construction in summer 2021. Third, Divine, which will be going in place of the former Mission 261. This near 13,000 square foot site will operate as a dinner house, featuring private dining areas with portions dedicated to karaoke and a banquet hall. The business owners are currently working on tenant improvements, and the project is expected to be complete in fall 2021. And fourth, Mission View Plaza, which is located at the southeast corner of Las Tunas Drive and Mission Drive. Mission View Plaza will feature 31 residential units, 4 live-work units, and 6,369 square feet of commercial space. The residential units in this new development project have been completed, and the commercial area is receiving its final finishes while public right-of-way construction is being completed. This project is expected to be complete in summer 2021. Next slide, please. In an effort to continue improving the area and collaborating with property owners and business owners, staff maintained close communication and continued business assistance in the following ways. First, we shifted our in-person Mission District stakeholders meeting and invited property owners, business owners, and other key stakeholders to a virtual meeting that took place during fall 2020 to discuss updates on business operations, updates on projects in the area, and the next steps for the Mission District. Staff looks forward to hosting another in-person Mission District stakeholders meeting during summer 2021. Second, staff is working with the property management company of the Arcade Building next to City Hall to attract businesses and fill vacancies at the site. They have recently leased Unit 413, the former Alexandra's Table, to a Thai restaurant with plans for outdoor dining, which is expected to open in summer 2021. There is also interest in the former Autuno's catering space from restaurants looking to offer both food and alcoholic beverages. Lastly, they do have plans to renovate the remaining units and are still receiving inquiries from businesses interested in these sites. And third, staff has had conversations with the property owner of the Sawkins building to identify the highest and best use of vacant units as they look to attract new tenants. Staff has done a walkthrough with the property owner to provide guidance on any improvements of changes planned for this site. Next slide, please. In the following slides, you'll find a table that summarizes the recommendations of the Mission District Comprehensive Economic Analysis provided by AECOM and the progress made thus far. The results of this analysis can be broken into 5 areas: regulatory, urban design, new development, cultural district, and general recommendations. And I'm going to briefly dive into each one of these, starting with regulatory. The analysis recommended a parking study that is independent or a part of the Mission District's specific plan update. And staff obtained preliminary estimates from 3 different firms that have done parking studies in nearby cities, and estimates ranged from $9,750 to $50,000, depending on the scale of the study. The analysis also found stringent requirements on development in the current Mission District specific plan and recommended an update to the plan or a new plan altogether. The estimates staff received from firms ranged from $61,000 to $200,000, depending on focused or comprehensive updates and environmental services. Next is urban design. The analysis found that the Mission District can strongly benefit and gain attraction by making the following investments to the area. First, gateway treatments. Staff scoped around cities within Southern California with strong gateway signage and found that this type of element may cost anywhere from $138,000 to $1 million, which would vary based on current steel prices, size of the arch, and design. Next slide, please. Another recommendation under urban design is directional signage. And based on staff's survey of firms used in other cities, directional signage can cost anywhere from $450,000 to $2.1 million. Again, costs vary based on the year the signage was implemented and the scale of the project. And third, directory maps and art. And this will require community outreach, collaboration with our Public Works Department. Staff will also be exploring grant opportunities that may help deliver these elements to the area. And next is new development. The analysis recommended that the city issue development requests for proposals for city-owned sites. And I would like to mention that the city has received a proposal for the development of the Mission District Park and Ride and Mission Playhouse parking lot for a mixed-use development, and staff will be presenting this proposal to council on July 20, 2021. Staff has also fielded other inquiries from parties interested in bringing projects and businesses to the district. Second under this category is to develop a infrastructure financing strategy, which staff is conducting ongoing research and analysis to determine if this is a feasible strategy. Next is cultural district, to capitalize on existing cultural assets, in which we continue to look at ways to collaborate with the San Gabriel Mission and the Mission Playhouse. Second, to increase regular programming, staff is exploring a farmers market / flea market / creative market on a monthly or quarterly basis. And third, to increase marketing and branding, we are looking at providing new marketing materials and efforts in conjunction with the hoteliers of the Tourism Marketing Improvement District, the San Gabriel Travel and Tourism. And lastly, under general recommendations, which are to engage district community and stakeholders, support existing and future tenants, and track market performance and opportunities, which are all ongoing economic development efforts. Next slide, please. On this slide, I will be providing a general update on the status and efforts underway at the Mission San Gabriel Archangel. I would like to note that we do have Terry Huerta on the line today, the Director of Development and Communication of the Mission, if council does have any questions. So yes, aside from a year faced with dealing with significant challenges of operations through a global pandemic, the Mission San Gabriel faced yet another significant challenge. On July 11, 2020, a fire occurred at Mission San Gabriel Archangel, causing significant damage to the roof and interior and exterior of the church. Repairs are currently underway, and the completion of the new roof structure is expected to be complete by early July 2021. Significant repairs to the interior and exterior of the building are taking place concurrently, and the total restoration of the mission is expected to be complete by early spring 2022. While undergoing restoration, they are moving forward with the approved plans by the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Commission to elevate the tourist experience and complete the renovation of the gardens and museum, expected to be completed by the spring 2022. This is also a big year for the mission as they celebrate their 250th anniversary. And while they had hoped to have a mass celebration at the mission, there will be a ceremonial opening of the doors of the mission to mark the beginning of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles Forward in Mission Jubilee year at the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels in Los Angeles. Next slide, please. In spite of the impact the COVID-19 pandemic had on the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse's ability to host in-person events and regular programming, during spring of 2020, the Playhouse had shifted gears to host live stream dance competitions. The Playhouse is now ready to reopen and operate at full capacity. While the summer programming is starting to kick off, the summer series, summer concerts programming that would normally take place in the Mission Playhouse Plaza have been scheduled for Vincent Lugo Park to allow for more space. We are also excited to bring back our fall programming, including Day of the Dead, Dia los Muertos, and youth theater programming, including Theater Experience of Southern California and Theater Works. Next slide, please. City staff is currently exploring farmers market / night market options to attract more activity in the district and introduce programming on a regular schedule. We are expecting a flea market creative event called San Gabriel Flea Market to be held on Saturday, July 24th, 2021 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in partnership with a resident and local business owner of Alhambra interested in bringing the community together and attracting visitors throughout the region to San Gabriel. City staff is also in the preliminary stages of planning the return of community-wide events, including Fall Fun Festival, Dia de los Muertos, Dumpling and Beer Fest, and the Holiday Tree Lighting event. Next slide, please. On October 20th, 2020, City Council approved temporary reduced filming permit fees and aligned the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation and Film LA's Film Friendliest Initiative. This provides an opportunity to increase filming in San Gabriel and bring with it ancillary benefits to our local economy. On December 1st, 2020, City Council approved the first use agreement at a city facility in the Mission District for a 3-month filming opportunity, which also provided almost $20,000 to a local small business for catering services. And on February 10th, 2021, staff presented on this topic to the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Commission and received direction and guidelines for preservation efforts at our historical sites, many of which are in the Mission District. Our filming fees remain competitive in our newly adopted fee schedule, and staff will continue our film friendliness efforts as we have seen an uptick of filming interest over the last few months. Next slide, please. The fiscal impact is dependent on portions of the AECOM analysis that Council may consider and prioritize, including but not limited to obtaining a new Mission District specific plan, conducting a parking study, offering regular programming, and providing gateway and directional signage. Next slide, please. And to wrap up my presentation, staff recommends that Council consider the implementation strategies mentioned in the staff report and in the AECOM analysis, and provide staff with feedback on the city's efforts over the last 2 years and direction, if any, on how to proceed moving forward. And I would like to mention that I do have an army of people with me on the call to answer any questions you may have, including our ED manager and acting CD director, Dominica Megardician, planning manager Samantha Tuasart, community services and Mission Playhouse director Rebecca Perez, and the director of development and communication of the San Gabriel Mission Archangel, Terry Huerta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Now, does any council member have factual questions to clarify the report? I see Councilmember Pu.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one factual question here. You referred in the presentation to the Sawkins building. What building is that? Or could you sort of be more specific?
Oh, sorry. Yes, so that is the building, I guess, to the north of the arcade buildings. I believe starting at 421 South Mission Drive, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry. Is it the one that's on the corner of Santa Anita and Mission?
Correct. Corner of Santa Anita and Mission. Yes.
Okay.
Councilman, is the 2-story building next to the insurance company.
All right.
Across Luna's.
I'm confused. Right, I'm confused because I thought that that building was owned by Raya, and so I mean there was a law office in there previously. That was Sawkins and Albert, but there's a history there, and then they moved out. But I think the building itself should be referred to as the Raya building, if I'm not mistaken.
The building is actually owned by a gentleman named Francisco, and Dom will help me with the last name. But he owns, I believe, two retail units on the ground floor. One which is a photography studio, and then I think the other may be vacant. And the units upstairs, which were the former law offices.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood clearly what property you're referring to, because I wasn't aware that any property there was actually owned by any individual named Sawkins. Thank you.
We refer to it as the Sawkins Building, Councilman, but it's owned by Francisco Rodriguez.
If you can, this is Councilmember Menchaca. Can you please verify that and just let the council know at a later time? Because I agree with Councilmember Pu. I believe it's owned by Raya. I had a conversation not too long ago about renting that space, not for myself, for someone else. And the person was working with Raya. So if you can please confirm that. Thank you.
Sure, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other city council member have factual questions? Okay, see none. Now the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no public comment on this item.
Okay. So next item, please. We have to ask City Council to deliver or ask questions for our staff.
I guess.
Yeah, because there's a remarks. I don't know if this, maybe I can read it for for this section.
Mayor Leano, that's the summary.
Huh?
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mayor Leano. It's Mark. That's the summary that's on the agenda.
Right.
So you don't need to read that. Yeah.
All right.
We can just go to council deliberation and discussion.
Right. Okay. Well, now any city council member wants to talk about this mission district. Okay, I see raised by Councilor Pu.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep my comments short here. I do continue to support many of these initiatives that were started pre-COVID. However, obviously, there's a price tag associated with many of them. So, in my opinion, and we are not yet out of the woods as far as the budget goes. We have, definitely past year we were able to have a relatively good year by being very fiscally conservative, and again, thanks very much to many of the staff for making that happen. I think in total saving about $2 million, which then contributed to the ability of the city to be in a much better financial position now. So my opinion is until at least the end of this fiscal year, when we have more clarity with respect to the economic recovery, that we shouldn't be making any commitments to spending a lot of money. But some of the things that are perhaps low-hanging fruit or low-cost items, I would definitely encourage and appreciate the continued effort on this, because it is not forgotten by the council. I think that we all still want to see a lot of these things happen, but of course, the timing of COVID had sort of really threw a curveball at us in terms of executing on them, and then also having the requisite funding to see them through. So things like signage, smaller dollar items, the signage, wayfinding, maybe if there's ability to make small amendments to the Mission District specific plan that would allow the type of business signage that I think we also were presented on by AECom. I think that would be a nice enhancement, a small thing, but I noticed like the Blossom Hall, for example, has that kind of a wrought iron signs that do stick out perpendicularly from the building, that then, as you're driving by, gives you, a sense of what that, business is. And if, we allow that for Nomad Ice Pops or the new businesses that are, happening right now, other businesses that are in the district already, Polciano's, Factory Tea Bar, or of course, in a tasteful way, a tasteful sort of, Spanish style or Spanish or mission style way that, was an enhancement. Then I think that those are like the small, low hanging fruit type of items that I'm thinking of that were relatively low cost on our end. But I do think it is, as we mentioned in the previous discussion, time for a complete update of a lot of things, including the Mission District specific plan, not necessarily, which is mostly a set of design requirements. There are, I think, and I'm not proposing radical changes to the Mission District specific plan, but I think we need to look at it in conjunction with the, with refreshing and updating our overall general plan. For members of the public who might be watching, there are two specific plan areas in the city, one of them being Valley Boulevard, the other being the Mission District. And at the same time, our general plan, which should provide a context and sort of overall framework for both of those two specific plan areas, also needs updating. And but these are, of course, are time-consuming and expensive processes, which we simply probably just don't have at the moment. So anyway, my thoughts on in terms of direction would be, to continue the efforts. I think the efforts are very much appreciated, but that not to make any big moves at the moment with respect to some of these items. I personally think the Mission District would benefit from a parking structure of some kind, and whether that's at the park and ride lot that is currently extremely underutilized, or if there's a means of being able to do a public-private partnership of some kind. The basketball or former basketball courts behind the Mission Playhouse come to mind. I know it's owned by the Mission, and that would require a lot of cooperation and multiple parties involved. But that kind of thing would then be increasing parking capacity in those two sides of the Mission District would then remove the need for the parking lot in the middle of the triangularly shaped block, which then opens up the opportunity for other development businesses. And I think, one was mentioned here that there's some interested developers. And if that square footage was available for commercial use, then I think we could finally sort of create the sort of critical mass or have enough synergy in that Mission District then to really be a destination, a place that people would travel to visit. Because I think we here know and love our Mission District, but I think that folks outside of the San Gabriel community don't necessarily have as much awareness of it, and what we would need to get there is just a little bit more of a critical mass in terms of businesses and uses that would be an attraction for the general public. Sorry, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilwoman Menchaca, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot here, so it's kind of hard to just summarize it tonight in one session, but I do agree with my colleague, Councilmember Pu. We are in a critical time right now, especially with just getting out of the pandemic, trying to support our businesses. And so it is hard to invest significant amounts of money in the Mission District, although I would love to do all of it, but there is a significant cost in each one. I wanted just to say that, first of all, I do like what is taking place and commend economic development. Something as simple, and actually it's probably Greg, Public Works, something as simple as lighting, the lights that you have there now, just makes it so inviting at night and just a beautiful place just to walk. What's been taking place with the Mission Playhouse, that lighting that you do, 4th of July, just, amazing. It was just so beautiful, and being able to continue on with that messaging, I know it meant a lot for our graduates. I know last year, my graduate, which happened to be a college graduate, but we went down there and took pictures where it said, congratulations, class of 2020, whether you were high school or seniors or college. It was just so memorable and so needed during this time, during the pandemic. So those small things, I think, really made a difference. And so I wanted to commend that, to commend all of you, whoever took place, who made that happen. I know for me, the Mission District has always been the center of the city. And I understand Valley Boulevard is very crowded. There's a lot of businesses, but the Mission District is more like home. That's where everybody wants to be. That is the center of our community. I had said before, I know we have a lot of empty lots, but I wish there was something we can do at a low cost level, the Mission Playhouse parking lot. And the reason I'm saying that, especially during the pandemic, the amount of use that parking lot has endured. And I think it was a lifesaver for so many, whether it was the food distribution or those dance competitions, people were camping out in the parking lot. Something like that, if we can just find some kind of secret sauce there that Greg could whip up at a very low cost, just to make it look better, because I think it's just such an inviting place. We just had the Thanks USA, and again, that Mission Playhouse is just magical. I mean, everybody just enjoys it, but that parking lot is kind of that blemish. And so if there's any way we can fix that as we move forward. Blossom Market, along with all these other businesses, I think what's important is filling in those lots and making those businesses as attractive as possible. The arcade area is just so empty right now, but if we can fill those up, and then the businesses down to the pizza place looks abandoned, and I'm glad there's some tenant improvements taking place there, as well as 261. We can build those businesses, it would bring out life. There's not enough life. We need that walking traffic before we even do, in my opinion, even parking lots for that matter. I think Blossom Market is going to be the game changer, and things might start changing. I mean, there might be things that we think we want to go this direction, but with Blossom Market, especially with their hours, if they're going to be extended, it might just change our perspective. It might just change our direction. And if you can fill each of those other empty lots, it would be interesting to see what takes place, because nothing's going to be the same now. I mean, we're never going to go back to the way it was before COVID. We're all moving forward, and we're moving better. And there might be something better out there that we just we can't pinpoint yet. But as soon as we see that activity, I think we'll be maybe in a better place. Our budget is not allowing it right now to do much of a lot of anything. Yeah, there are some low hanging fruits. There's some things I mentioned, but we can just fill in those empty lots and do as much as we can to support our businesses. and then maybe come back and reevaluate where we're at financially, but also, what is possible. I think the Mission District is going to kind of reinvent itself once you have Blossom Market, the food hall, and once you have all these other businesses. I mean, it's great to hear a Thai food restaurant coming to the arcade area. Filming, that's another one. I know, the business you talked about that got about $20,000, and that was well appreciated, especially during this pandemic time. But I think the filming, if it starts picking up, that's another game changer. I'm surprised they haven't come before, but I know thanks to the Economic Development Department, you made it much easier, flexibility, more cost, more affordable. And so I have a lot of high hopes with the filming that will be picking up. And the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse, we've learned some lessons, and I'm hoping that at some point it becomes, at least breaks even. Again, I know there's been a lot of thought. Rebecca and her team have been really spending a lot of time with the Mission Playhouse and reevaluating and moving things around. We've changed our fees. So turning the Mission Playhouse around from a financial perspective, I think will also be another game changer. So there's just so much activity right now. I appreciate this report. It just shows the possibilities, but I just think we're kind of at a turning point. There's just the Mission District is just changing, and I think it's changing for the better. I think maybe we can talk about this maybe in the next couple months, maybe in September, and just see where are we and how are things changing. So I don't have much tonight. I'm trying to look at the recommendation, the implementation of the strategies. I'm just giving you feedback. I'm not sure specifically how to move forward, except for I think we do have to kind of pause somewhat because there's just so much. I mean, it sounds like the Mission District, what we see now, is going to be dramatically different 6 months from now. Just what the Mission 261, with Blossom Market and the pizza place being the bakery now, that alone changed the dynamics. So I'm interested to see what my colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any others?
I agree with a lot of the comments, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think it's an area that does need some boost from both the city and from businesses coming in, and we need to work hand in hand. But I think regarding to Councilmember Menchaca's point, regarding the recommendation, I think a lot of these recommendations need to be isolated and kind of discussed little by little. I don't think this is anything that's going to happen very quickly. I think some of the lower hanging fruit, we can just say, yeah, let's do that. The low cost stuff, the no cost stuff. Obviously bringing in more events or, new markets and things like that. There's some cost to it, but it's also already budgeted as far as, we have an events budget. Regarding signage, that's probably, that's on its own discussion, separate. So there's a lot of things here. I think it might be a good idea to come back and maybe in the next 5 or 6 meetings, have one of these issues come up at each meeting, or as time allows, if we don't have other pressing business. But I think some of the stuff that can happen quickly, we can give a general direction to staff, I believe, so, saying do the low hanging fruit, get the stuff that's not huge costs done if we can, and especially if it's just working with people and engaging the community and things like that. I think those are the things we can do right away, and then maybe give a tentative schedule to focusing our attention on each of these areas regarding, the regulatory, the urban design. I think urban design might be 2 meetings. It might be more than just one, just to discuss it. So I think that'll be my suggestion, is
we can give general direction to get the easier / less expensive thing, lower cost things to done, get them done, and then come back with detailed discussions on the discrete items. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Vice Mayor Dean?
Yes, yeah, I agree. All the council member the comments. Yeah, so yeah, thanks the staff to do that. It's comprehensive this mission district update. So yeah, if for I'm the long time the resident, it's always think about it. We have the very good value for the mission district. So recently, not too many business open, but plus the last year have the COVID, the pandemic. Right now, it's a good opportunity. Like I saw that we have a lot of the new development, the new restaurant coming, like Rawson Market and Tony Wen. I think this is a bakery, right? And this Divine that's a karaoke. Yeah, it's make it our mission district looks like we also can introduce our long history the city like 250 years, right? It's from 1771, right? So and yeah, first of all, I think that it's looks like our Mission Playhouse parking lot. Can we do like a low cost improvement? It's help the future some like event can have and yeah so yeah also thanks the like the community the service department help our iPad AA and hold on like the June 26th the Thanks USA event. It's a big benefit. They mentioned the people, they say, hey, this year it's good for them. It's easy to find a parking space. The previous we are in the Temple City only on the street parking, not too many the parking space. So their president Donna Chen say, hey, she will be recommended and for the next year still continue with our San Gabriel City. Yeah, thanks the staff, the support. Thanks to all a lot of your council members showing our Mayor Liao, the Councilman Pu, Councilmember Machenga. It's also the say hello to our community. Yeah, the member. Yeah. Yeah, there's also these things. I why you say the mention that this Thanks USA event. I saw the it's if parking lot little like paving or something better. So I can for myself I try encourage more community have a special event, not just for the city event. City event probably is a cost our budget too, right? If they can bring more special event from the community, they also have for our city also have some revenue too, right? So and bring the business, bring the crowd, the people coming to our district. So I really see that the update. It's a lot of the things happen for the future. That's how I like it. For even for my I'm just a resident. If here I feel we don't waste our historical area, you know. And another suggestion, so how can we like connect? We have on the valley, we have the maybe future have the three the hotel. So how can we like connect it like tourists, encourage their coming to our district, the mission district. So and have the more cultural event, maybe help them we come to the San Gabriel City, we can also like especially for evening they can go to the mission district and then know our especially we are proud of our long history, the location, right, San Gabriel. So if we can do like a lot of like historical for our city, if we already have this English version. Is it possible can have the Spanish version, Chinese version, and the Vietnamese version? Let at least most of their relative, maybe they also can see this kind of tour guide, so they I'm not just living this hotel. They also can come into the Mission District to find different food, different cultural event. No, yeah. So another consideration I just mentioned based on my experience. Okay, we have the Mission Playhouse. I hope Mission Playhouse can open ASAP. That's I don't know Rebecca they have any plan, because a lot of the community member also asking me when the Mission Playhouse can open. So that's the and another thing is the previous every time on the Mission Playhouse have the performance, so they use the Mission Playhouse parking lot. Probably also effective the restaurant the parking situation. That's the way. How can we? I hope the economic development, your department, Dominica, you can find that this is. I just bring the factor. So I don't have a solution yet, but how can we solve this kind of problem? So every time I feel that I hear some complaint. The restaurant complaint say, hey, because the Mission Playhouse have the event, the people, the restaurant, the customer, they have to find a place to parking. So how can we solve this kind of problem? Yeah. Okay, that's my comment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No others. I'll just say it. Creating. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mary Leo. I was just wondering if we could ask Dominica to respond to some of Councilman or Vice Mayor Ding's questions, because I think the TMID, the Tourism Marketing and Improvement District, was established prior to Vice Mayor Ding, being seated on the council, and so and some of that has is relevant to the questions that Vice Mayor Ding had asked.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Vice Mayor. The TMID that is right now comprised of the hoteliers, the Sheraton and the Hilton, we do consider them, even though they're out of the area, we do consider them stakeholders to the Mission District. So they have been engaged and they do participate in the stakeholder engagement efforts, as well as when we host the citywide events in the area and really across the city, we do consider them a partner in these events. It's an advertising opportunity. It's an opportunity to get their name out. As Claudia mentioned in her update, we are working on, because I sit as a board member in the TMID, which is the Tourism Marketing Improvement District. We are working on an RFP for marketing services for San Gabriel Travel and Tourism. And once the Curio Hotel comes on, they will also have a partnership in that effort as well. And so what we're trying to do is really collaborate our efforts so that we are working in tandem and kind of piggybacking off of these efforts. So when the citywide events come back, when we're trying to do, we've launched the Enjoy San Gabriel, there's a multitude of different marketing and promotion efforts happening in anticipation of the international visitors coming back. We're really trying to do a more local staycation, promoting to our residents, promoting to local and regional visitors as well.
Okay.
You had a very good question about restaurants that I am forgetting right now.
Parking.
Parking. So from the economic, thank you. From the economic development perspective, a little bit of a parking issue is a good issue. What you don't want happening is looking down Mission and seeing a multitude of empty parking spaces. So as we talk to our stakeholders, we also get them to realize, when you go to the city of Pasadena, this is one of my favorite examples to give you. You don't anticipate that you're going to be parking right in front of the establishment that you're trying to go to in the city of Pasadena. But that's something that's learned behavior. That's something that you come to expect because you're expecting to go to a major retail corridor or an area like that. And so there are going to be steps to get the Mission District to that space, and a little bit of a parking issue is a good issue. And my next comment piggybacks a little bit on our previous item, the business item. As we look at Valley Boulevard and trying to make it more flexible to bring different types of businesses in, and we're flexible to office space coming in there, that is the complete opposite almost of what we're trying to do in the Mission District. And so you have this balance that you're trying to find of how do we generate traffic? How do we generate foot traffic? And it's things that you're not going to be able to find on Amazon. It's things that you're not going to be able to order off of an app. You need to come down, you need to experience, you need to bring your friends and your family down. And so we're trying to find that balance as we engage with our stakeholders and really push them. And Sam and myself and Joe have been involved with a lot of these discussions, Claudia as well, with the property owners, property managers, to try to identify the highest and best use, because as their leases are coming up with their current tenants, and while we love all the tenants in the Mission District, there are higher and better uses for it. And maybe what's completely on the frontage of Mission should be something that's going to generate some more pedestrian traffic and generate some more trips to the area. And part of that is also when the Playhouse is back online, when our events are back online, it's also engaging the vendors in the area to be a part of it. As we open up some more regular programming, we're going to want to reach out to Blossom Market Hall and their vendors to make sure that we're catering through them, make sure that we're promoting their businesses and not, bringing food trucks in where we're trying to support some brick and mortar new restaurant establishments. So I think you'll see that there is a very thoughtful approach to all of this. It's time kind of painful because it takes some time, and timing is everything. But I think that we're seeing it going in the right direction. We're seeing things kind of spurring up, and folks, especially with that Blossom Market Hall Councilwoman, you mentioned it, they really are going to kind of help reinvigorate and reignite the Mission District. And we're hoping that they're going to be a catalyst to these other efforts, and it becomes a more organic growth opportunity here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dominica.
Thank you, Dominica. So for your association, I just had some suggested idea. Okay, is it like if just in case like a Mission Playhouse or a special event, they already it's a way know the schedule, you can let the tourists, especially for these three hotel, that let them know we have this kind of event. Another thing is maybe I don't know how can you the association to maybe give to the tourists some, or they have some coupon as like some intensive, so take the Uber, okay, some negotiation with the Uber, have some discount to bring to them to the Mission District, something like that. Maybe can solve the traffic, solve the parking issue. Yeah, that's some idea. I don't know. That's I saw right now. Okay. Yeah.
And Vice Mayor, if I might, just to add on to what you said, we had a family friend visiting from out of town, staying at the Sheraton, and she had mentioned that that they already have like a small restaurant guide that's in the rooms that was actually pointed her to some of the local restaurants here in San Gabriel. So I think it's a great opportunity, since you just completed the restaurant guide, a new one, to make sure that the hotels have that, it's in digital form, so it can be available on their information kiosks and so forth and so on. Because I think as a publication, it might be a bit hefty and costly to produce for every single room, but I don't know, maybe if there is money in the TMID budget for something like that, that could be, part of like a booklet, almost a resource then that is provided to those who are visiting San Gabriel. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, I appreciate all these comments because for the past 20-some years, we try to create a thriving economy and environment in the Mission District. However, I think this is, we're gonna, a first step. This is a very good report from ACON for their 2 years of study. And we can take small steps, before there's talk, how can we bring the people into the Mission District? It looks like we had a couple of projects already done, run on the corner of Mission and Las Tunas that's already built, and another one is the Missionville Plaza, and there will be a new housing developments will be complete in a month or two. So we take small steps. Before you probably heard of very famous developer. His name is Rakovich, and he wants to build high-rise condominium at the St. Gabriel Mission Playhouse parking lot. But I guess after he figured out, well, it's not going to pencil out the project, so he just backed out. But we could do something in the future if we can just discuss it, how we can improve the district. But for now, I think it's heading the right direction. Okay, because first of all, the Blossom Market will be open in a month or two, and they have the greatest PR firm, and they hire this company that promotes the best ice cream in California. So I thought, oh, this is good. We, as long as we have a anchor store, can attract people from outside and just come to the district. So that's something that we should always think about, because also we have the Playhouse that it's really a center for all the culture in St. Gabriel Valley. And we can continue to promote arts and culture at the Playhouse, and even at the Mission District now. And slowly we can invite people to come to our mission area, because we have this famous St. Gabriel Mission, and it's 250 years old. We can follow the model of the Capistrano mission, how they become a successful tourist attraction. So that's something that we can slowly working on, because we have those precious buildings in our city, but we just don't utilize them. So I think this is something we all can work together, city and the mission. And we're talking about how we can bring the tourists come to the Mission District. Yeah, we'll talk about maybe city has its own street shuttle service, from Valley Boulevard and form a loop to Mission, and then go back to Valley. But that takes a while, and I think we have the Prop A money, and we can do that. However, it's just take determination and dedication, because after we successfully have our own local transit, we have transit district, and so there will be tons of money for all kinds of development funding. So, but that's something we want to discuss in the future. But for now, small step. Let's help Blossom Market grand opening, a successful one. Another one is Tony Wang Patisserie. That's the bakery. I hope it's better than French. Another one is the Divine. That's a karaoke. We've been waiting for at least 3 years now, and I hope that they will finally make it happen. So this is all small steps, but I'm so happy that we are going to have an event on July 24th, and that's the flea market. I think St. Gabriel never had a flea market before, so this is a good chance to bring the community together. And I don't know who's responsible for this, and maybe if people want to sell things, and maybe staff can let us know who to contact, because Pasadena City College, they have the flea market and attract people from all over, and it's a like monthly event. First Sunday morning till like 1 or 2 o'clock, and then it's always crowded. And we can follow that their model. And also we want to bring back the farmers market. We used to have farmers market, and but it's a Thursday night, and unfortunately, during that time, because we have this Alameda corridor construction going on, and so it hurts the farmers market's business. So maybe we want to bring it back, and maybe not at the Vincent local park, bring it back to Mission. Bring it back to Mission parking lot. And because since we have such a huge parking lot, actually a couple of cities that we can follow their successful model. One is the South Pasadena. It's a Thursday night, and they have not just farmers market, but they have food, they have jewelries, they have plants, they have entertainment. So always and crowded. Another one would be the Friday evening at the Monrovia night market. So again, that's not just the farmers market, but they selling clothes, jewelry, arts, and crafts, and that kind of stuff. So and that's another successful event. So maybe we can think, use that model, not just selling food or produce, because at night, a lot of people, well, why would I buy kind of getting a day old produce? So make this more exciting, not just come to buy the produce. So this is something that we can do. I did talk to our former organizer, and she's still doing Pasadena farmers market. That's every Saturday morning, and they are doing very well. During the pandemic, they're still very successful. And also, she is doing another one for Temple City. Temple City starts out very small, maybe I'll say no more than 10 vendors, but steadily growing. So even Temple City is doing well. But I think we not gonna hire her because because of the conflict. So we probably have to hire an organizer. I don't know. We were just looking to maybe Monrovia or South Pasadena, and that's kind of things that we want. Again, any fun event can bring the community together. And I want to thank our community service director. We had a first summer concert. Oh my God, everyone's so happy. Everyone's so glad you were there. So you see all these people, they haven't been out for a year. The band was so great. Everyone's dancing and clapping and stamping their feet. And of course, me, I had the best time in my life. So everyone is looking forward to another one like that. People keep asking, what is the next one? So I said, well, yeah, soon. Just keep coming back to St. Gabriel. We will provide this type of entertainment for all of you. So this is something that that we can do, because that doesn't cost too much money, and we can provide fun activities for all the communities in the St. Gabriel Valley. So I think this report is great. It just, we have to do it slowly. I guess maybe we just have to think about the future, how we're going to utilize the parking lots for both, the Diorites parking lot and then the Playhouse parking lot. But this is great, and looking forward to celebrate the mission's 250 years birthday. I hope Terry Huerta, are you still here or no? She left.
Unfortunately, she had to jump off. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, because well, we have to go through downtown LA to to attend the mass. So, but I just hope that the mission will have its own celebration, at the Mission parking lot or Mission Plaza. Another thing is because even our local people, they never attend they never go inside the mission, never really visit the museum, visit the sanctuary, a lot of and especially Asians, they don't know. They don't know there's such a treasure. They don't know there's such a history in the past. So I think we have to, as a city council member, I think we have to promote that, and we can make our sort of our community engaged with all of us what we are trying to improve for our community. So thank you again. I think this is great. Do we have to take the vote or just accept this?
No, Mayor, we do not need a vote on this item. I think we've received the direction and input we're looking for from the city council.
Okay, thank you.
And may I suggest a health break maybe before we do our next item? We have two more items. They're not going to be too long, but.
All right, so take a bathroom break for 10 minutes. So let's come back 9:40. How's that? That's 14 minutes. Take a longer break. Or dinner break. How's that? Let's come back 9:40. Great, thank you. Chief City Clerk, next item, please.
New business item B, creation of Police Department Lead Dispatcher Special Pay Assignment. Police Lieutenant Brian Cott will make the staff presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Leao and Honorable San Gabriel City Council members. Thank you again for this opportunity in presenting and highlighting yet another important step in improving the efficiency and professionalism of your police department in serving the community. Before you for your review and reference is a staff report entitled Creation of Police Department Lead Dispatcher Special Pay Assignment. In summary, staff has researched the feasibility of creating and implementing a lead dispatcher special pay assignment from existing personnel in the Communications Bureau. This would be a compensated, non-supervisory assignment that will serve in an administrative support capacity to the assigned dispatch manager and other staff members within the police department. Back in January of this year, with the help of council, the police department was able to make some needed personnel changes to optimize patrol staffing by adding 3 additional dispatchers to the Communications Bureau for a total of 8. This reorganization also resulted in increasing the number of police officers assigned to field duties rather than have them remain underutilized at the station. In addition, and favorably, this change also left a surplus in the budget. Well, with this increased personnel, as you can imagine, productivity and responsibilities increase as well in the Communications Bureau. The next step would be the workload of the patrol supervisors and the dispatch manager in particular, as you can imagine. So the next step would be a creation of a lead dispatcher special pay assignment to further assist staff in completing administrative tasks and meeting the goals of the department. In addition to the regularly assigned duties, the lead dispatcher would be responsible for administrative support on major projects such as the computer-aided dispatch system that's currently in progress now at the police department, conduct research and help serve as a liaison in providing technical support. Lastly, the lead dispatcher position would be commensurate with other similar special pay assignment within the police department from the existing approved fiscal year 21-22 budget. Recommended action would be that staff recommends that the city council authorize the city manager to create a lead dispatcher special pay assignment within the police department. In conclusion, I'm able to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Thank you. So does any city council member have factual question to clarify the report? Seeing none. So the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Mayor. No public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. And this is time for council deliberation and discussion.
I move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? If not, I'll second it. So
Second.
too late.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You think too long. Okay. All right. Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Approval of Fusus Video Data Integration Purchase and Service Agreement. Police Chief Harris will make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. Before you is a staff report for approval consideration for the Fusus Video Data Integration Purchase and Service Agreement. Fusus is a map-based interface that enables greater situational awareness with a common operating picture. Public and private video streams from fixed and mobile sources are seamlessly combined to provide access to both video and still platforms, such as city cameras, business cameras, private data devices, floor plans, shot spitter or spotter, triggers, and automatic license plate recognition, and remote overwatch. It provides live feed capabilities to first responders like police, fire, EMS, and public works, as they are all layered and accessible via the common interface. The connectivity is achieved by placing a core connector at camera sites that pull the cameras on board the monitoring system. You might be concerned as to whether or not there are privacy issues, and with the private cameras, those cameras can only be accessed with the permission of the private camera owner, and that can be accessed either in whole or in part based on incident-driven scenarios. So an example is, if you have a camera that's in a place you want us to have access to only during an incident, you yourself would be able to click that camera on and provide that access, or the business would be able to provide that access to us. Or you could provide us with open access where we could have continuous access to those cameras. The features are unlimited. That connectivity is achieved by placing a core at the camera site and attaching it to the monitoring system. And those cores are at about a cost of $200 to $600 per core, depending on the size and the number of cameras. Fusus is a sole source force resource multiplier, which enhances first responder effectiveness and efficiency via access and integration of public and private security cameras, immediate field access to public and private video streams, anonymous public multimedia tips to the police, fire, or public works, instantaneous text alerts out to the public, instantaneous panic alert capabilities for staff citywide, and real-time intelligence for crucial incidents at schools, businesses, or city facilities. Prior to making recommendations, we have a video that I'd like to show. John, if you can bring that up.
Welcome to Fusus, the industry's first cloud-based, rapidly deployable real-time crime center. Fusus integrates all major public safety technology investments into a single pane of glass, synthesizing real-time intelligence to enhance first responders' situational awareness and decision-making capabilities. Community-owned cameras are combined with video management software, drones, departmentally issued cell phones, gunshot detection systems, and license plate readers. All this information is integrated with the department's 911 dispatch software via a rules-based engine designed to ensure the real-time crime center lives in the hands of agency crime analysts and its field-based users. Fusus brings intelligence to the field by operationalizing video. Officer locations in relation to a call for service, live video to and from their mobile devices, encrypted chat channels, embedded floor plans, and suspect video sent directly to responding officers contribute to the agency's capacity for critical incident management. Setting up Fusus is fast, requires minimal hardware, and has no activation fees. You simply plug a Fusus core into your existing camera or network, and within seconds, the video feed is analyzed, securely encrypted, and transmitted either by an ongoing live stream or on demand based on an alert. Fusus AI at the Edge technology efficiently analyzes video right at the camera, saving precious moments by delivering an automated media payload based on the call for service. And unlike other systems, video and alert sharing is completely controlled by the donor location. For example, schools may choose to limit video sharing to emergency situations, like an active shooter event. And the camera itself can be shared based on the priority of the call, an associated sharing policy. In an investigation, police can automatically request footage from all nearby businesses at the click of a button. And camera owners can securely share recorded as well as live video feeds to aid in the investigation. Incident video and data is stored in a CJIS-compliant vault for investigators. And additional video evidence is easily collected via a pre-configured camera registry map of all the public and private cameras in your region, along with a multimedia tip line for the public. The Fusus Real-Time Crime Center in the Cloud is a mission-critical hub that enhances the situational awareness and investigative capabilities of law enforcement agencies, keeping officers and community members safer.
Thank you.
Chief, you're still muted.
Thanks, Mark. Staff recommends council authorize the purchase of the Fusus hardware and software and authorize the city manager to enter into a 3-year service agreement for implementation of Fusus data integration system. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Harris. Does any council member have factual questions to clarify the report? Okay, I see none. Now, the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No comment for this item.
Okay, no comments. Now it's time for council deliberations and discussion. Okay, see, Councilwoman Menchaca, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have a record tonight of no public comment. Congratulations, Mayor. Amazing. First of all, I was so impressed just in general from the reading and the video. This is definitely another game changer, but this time for public safety. It's definitely exciting of the future. Kind of reminded me of the Matrix movie when I first saw the video. But what I like about it is our community has said that public safety is a priority, and this is going to help in real time to solve crimes, to help with the investigations, prevention. This is exciting. It's exciting. So thank you, Chief, for bringing this to the council and presenting it tonight. I had some questions, and so I'll just go in no particular order. First of all, how does our police officers feel about this? Is there, what's the feedback? I believe it said that it would go to each of the officers will have a smartphone of some sort, and the information would be given to them, or how will this information be communicated to our officers?
Well, I'll answer the second question first, and that is that the system allows us to access in the field real-time data and video. And so we can actually have that information sent out to cell phones, other smart devices, tablets, MDCs in our cars. And so it gives you real-time field access to data that's going on right now. And the bigger part of that is the investigative advantage it gives, because you have the opportunity to see what's going on without exposing yourself or any others to danger unnecessarily. So I agree wholeheartedly with what you said about it being a game changer, not just in the context of public safety, but certainly in the context of officer safety as we respond to calls. As to your first question, a survey of our folks shows that our folks are all in on cameras. The transparency is a big deal for us. It's part of our mantra. We recently went to a strategic planning workshop where we made that a focal point. The transparency and accountability piece is also it's huge. So in concert with our video mobile systems, in concert with everybody having a cell phone, along with body-worn cameras that at some point we'll need to take a look at, this system will certainly just open the doors to having access, unprecedented access, and give us certainly the power to really move into the future. I think this is 21st century and beyond stuff.
Yeah, and beyond, exactly. So can you kind of just share with us, we recently had a crime take place at the 99 Ranch Market, Focus Plaza, and it shook a lot of us, a lot of people. How would this system change that investigation that's taking place? Because I believe no one's been arrested yet, but could you just tell me how it would change?
Well, I'll put a disclaimer out there that this system probably wouldn't have stopped that crime. It was a crime of opportunity that happened very, very quickly. But the benefit of the system is in the aftermath and in the investigation and in the opportunity to apprehend the suspects. So currently, the way that we do this is the officers will respond to the call. They'll get there, they'll take a report, and then they have to manually go around to all of the cameras in the area, either on the premises or cameras along the corridor of egress or ingress to see if we can find video. Once we pull that video, it's great once we find the video, but once we pull it, then we have to look through hours and hours of video sometimes to find the stuff that you need because of different systems, different access, those kind of things. And then once we find them, you have to kind of coalesce them so that they make sense from an evidence perspective. What this system will do is it gives us live access to cameras at the push of a button, where in every direction from that location, we can pull those cameras up and start viewing vehicles coming into or out of the environment. We have access to security cameras at the location, which could give us an immediate direction of travel. So it really condenses the downtime and the slow response capabilities of traditional responses. It really ups the ante a little bit with regard to, not even a little bit, it ups the ante tremendously for us to be able to act right now on crime information, data, and put it together so that it's actionable for us. So,
Right.
so the grand scheme of things, it helps us catch these folks much more rapidly than traditional gumshoe police work.
Okay, great. Now, tonight we are just focused on the police, but clearly there's some possibilities where our firefighters could be a component of this system, this integration system. Is that, and maybe Chief Wallace might want to answer this. I'm not sure who I should direct the question to, but would this be like a phase 2 that later down the road as time permits or as we evaluate the system with our police department, is this something that could also be used by our fire?
As I see it, there's 2 elements to this that in my non-technological response, right? As we monitor this in our police 911 dispatch center, et cetera, we can monitor cameras that we can get information out to fire and public works, so we can work in concert seamlessly with this system. But the other alternative, somewhere down the road, is to maybe have standalone systems that work for fire or work for public works. Well into the future, money allowing, you get the opportunity then to work those systems separately so that they're mission driven, and that may be something that we look at down the road. But in the short term, we can definitely involve fire and public works and other of our teams as well, like the community services folks at parks and some of those places, get everybody on board. So we are working together to monitor and look at information, interpret the data, and utilize it for what we need to utilize it for. So there's an immediate impact for all of those departments.
So the police department, you are well, you're in charge. You are monitoring the data, but all these other departments are going to be delivering the information or integrating with you. I'm trying to understand how we work together. It's still going to be controlled by our police department. Is that correct?
It'll be housed at the police department at our 911 center, and therefore the data will first be received by us. But the interpretation of the data, the use of the data, and how we apply it is immediate and specific to each entity. So fire department needs information. Let's say they need information on a structure before they go in and they need immediate access. All we have to do is access those cameras, and we can provide them that access on their handheld devices. So it's mission specific. Same thing with public works. If there's an issue that they need to get a look at before they go into something, especially maybe in a natural disaster type event or something like that, there may be options to use that kind of stuff. So there's a whole lot of opportunities here with the basic look that we're taking right now. And then it's wide open for where we can go with it in the future. Just going to get a good look at it first and make sure there's a solid application.
Chief Wallace, you had your mic on earlier. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I can think of a couple things here, Councilwoman Menchaca, and you bring up a good point. This will be able to be used across multiple disciplines. we think back to the Mission fire, the amount of time that our investigators spent canvassing neighborhoods trying to find out who had video, and then getting that video and reviewing it. We could have saved countless hours in the search for video on that one. And just recently, last weekend, we had a partial building collapse that had cameras all over it. It would have been really, really helpful to use something like this to see if there were potential victims under this building collapse or in the area before we commit to sending our firefighters under collapsed buildings to do a search for victims. We could have a pretty good idea that first, is there anybody in there? And secondly, where they are, so we can concentrate our efforts for maximum results. So this has a lot of applications for fire as well.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely shows more effective time savings and safety for our first responders. So it does cross a lot of different disciplines. You're right.
One of the things you saw in the video was the artificial intelligence piece, and part of that is, and I was speaking to you earlier, let's say in traditional police work, we're looking for a person wearing a black shirt. What we would have to do is look through hours and hours and hours and hours of video for a person wearing a black shirt during that time frame. What this will allow us to do is just ask the system to pull up incidents with people wearing black shirts. So anybody else we don't have to search through all those hours of video, but just give us the videos with people in black shirts, and we can cut right to the chase and figuring out, how to locate witnesses, locate suspects, locate victims. So it's not just about crime stopping, but certainly about helping us with missing persons and any other number of applications.
Thank you. When I saw the presentation and also read the staff report, I just wanted to make sure I understood this. This is strictly for commercial and public areas only. It's not for residential. That would be another phase maybe down the road. Is that correct?
Well, we have the ability to tap into personal cameras, private cameras at places. It allows us to get to personal devices. I'm not clear on the depth of that. I have to come back to you with that piece. But it does allow us to access private cameras. We were applying it strictly in our analysis to private cameras at businesses and those kinds of things. We weren't ready yet to roll it out to see if it was going to be a wide net of residential use. We wanted to look at the private and commercial use in the business sense first, and then evaluate that, and then see if there's a next step to that.
Okay, but the first step is strictly the commercial businesses, the commercial areas, and public areas that Public Works works with or deals with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But the possibility, just like with the fire, the possibility down the road after review and evaluation could move itself to residential.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So everything is based on permission, that you have to be granted access. So that is a correct statement, right?
Only with cameras that are not public cameras or city-owned cameras. So if you have a business and you own a business and let's say you have a security camera on the outside and an operational camera on the inside, and you don't want the inside activities taped regularly, but you have an incident inside and you want to give access so that we can see right now, it is just a push of a button on your smart device to give us immediate access to the internal camera. And at the same time, you can give us unlimited access to the outside camera, where if we're looking at that, we can go right to that now because it's not looking at private areas. It's more of the public access right-of-way type stuff where we can look at that and say, okay, we can pull that up right now. We can look at vehicles, we can look at many different elements. So we can't access any private cameras without the permission of the private camera owner. So we can't secretly go in, we can't accidentally go in, we can't do any of that. We have to be granted permission by that owner to get into those systems.
And that owner could decide the timeline too. They can say 6 months or 2 months. It's all
or
up to
5
them.
minutes or whatever the case may
Okay.
be.
Okay, great. And then lastly, there's been so much talk about ransomware, conglomerates being overtaken. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the security side of this? How are we going to be protected from someone going in there? Oh, my cat, sorry. How are we going to be protected as an organization from that taking place?
There's a couple of elements to that. As an organization, the team is currently working on a strategy to safeguard all of our IT systems. As you're aware, the police department was hacked recently, and we've had to engage in remediation of our entire system. But through that process, we've learned the importance of really the up-to-date security measures that need to be taken and the expertise that needs to be applied in that arena. As part of the Fusus system, there's a CGIS vault that this stuff is stored in. They really have the top-notch security expertise to manage those videos. I've brought on the expert from Fusus. His name's Tyler Blondie, former cop, law enforcement guy who's out there taking care of the business of keeping us safe. So he can probably answer that in more detail. Tyler?
Thanks, Chief. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. I can hear you.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Mayor and council members. So the CJIS compliance is one of the toughest clearances you can get. It's the Criminal Justice Information Services managed by the FBI. So we're full end-to-end encryption. We've checked all the boxes, and so it's met the highest level of security standards that you need. The same kind of database standards for the NCIC database for criminal information.
The NCIC and some of those other systems are systems that we use for confidential information nationwide.
Okay. And I see there's another person, Scott Howland, since he stayed till 10 o'clock. Is there something you would like to say?
Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Howland, Public Safety Director for Fusus. And I just want to add, the other thing that the Fusus platform provides is because that device isolates your network from anything else, and we use the cloud, and really think of that cloud as a filter. And so again, you're not connecting your network with someone else's security cameras. It is that Fusus device then connects via the cloud, and then we take that video stream and isolate it and make sure it's safe, so that that data that comes back to the police department, comes back to your city network, is actually secured at a separate level from that standpoint. So really from the standpoint of an additional layer of security to protect your network.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, that's all for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you
Pass
so much.
along.
Any other council leader have comments?
I have some questions, Mayor.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I did see I appreciate the presentation, Chief. Thank you. I did see the integration. I know you and I have discussed drones in the past. I just wanted to ask you about, does this link in with any of our future plans for drones? I mean, because I know we've had limited budget, but I just wanted to know if this is like the first step to that. Because you've always told me regarding drones, body cams, all that stuff, that it's the data that's the I would say the thing that's slowing us down. We just can't afford to store all this data.
Well, the body cams are a little bit different in that we have to store that information on our own servers. And there's a requirement, the expense comes at having to retrieve that data for court purposes. So that's where the kind of the exorbitant expense comes in. We went to our strategic planning workshop, and some of the things we talked about were the future technology. Drones are definitely in our future, and this system is compatible with drones. We will be able to connect our drones to the system and utilize that footage. But the difference is in the body-worn camera linkage, and the Fusus linkage will not require us to have an exorbitant server or any server on site that's going to require the cost to maintain and service that server. So those are the differences. But as we start getting the new technology in, we'll start to integrate those. And the body-worn cameras, I think, are moving in the direction of being less expensive to store based on their platform, but we'll have to see how that rolls out in the future.
So it's capable, just too expensive, or the Fusus system is not capable of doing the body cams?
Are you talking about connecting the body cams to Fusus?
Correct.
I believe we can connect the body cams to Fusus. We can do that. I was saying the rationale behind not yet having the body cams. That was the rationale I was giving you. But once body cams are in place, they will be connected. I'm sorry.
The expense is still the storage piece of the item. It's not the fact that it won't connect. That was my question. It's the cost. That's the reason we aren't doing body cams.
Yes, at least currently, yes.
Yeah, I got it. So my idea is, if future expansion, if we are, it would make sense to put this system as part of that.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Are there other agencies in the area that we would work with? Like, for example, if we had this installed and let's say the person heads north and through San Marino and they have the same system, do they link or communicate, or is there anything that would link multiple jurisdictions?
That's a technical question. I'll have to pass over to the technical folks.
All right. I'm very technical, so. For as dumb as I'm very technical.
Yes, sir. Anyone with a subscription, and that's kind of the big picture for the software and law enforcement with information sharing. If they have a subscription, it's easy to share information between platforms.
Yeah, because that was going to be my next question. Do any other agencies around, like the sheriffs use it? Does Alhambra, Rosemead, Temple City Sheriffs, or San Marino, Pasadena?
It's a new technology coming out this way. It's moving from East Coast to the West Coast. And out here currently, Hawthorne, Rialto are two of the agencies that are signed on with the folks. We'll be the first in the San Gabriel Valley. As always, we want to be leading the pack here, technologically speaking.
That's a good incentive for the other cities once we choose a system to be unified. I mean, as long as they communicate and are friendly with other agencies, it's nice to be able to, we can push stuff directly to them. Like, hey, they just fled San Gabriel. Here's everything we have.
Yes, exactly like the radio system that you had on the consent calendar earlier. We're trying to get the interoperability, and that's why it's so important to go here, in my opinion.
And so a couple more questions regarding the technology side of it. Does Fusus have a SOC 2? Have we seen the SOC 2? Have we looked at it?
Tyler, you want to field that one?
Yeah,
yes, I think I'm kind of freezing up a little bit. I hope you can hear me. We do have, it should be off now. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. We do have a SOC 2 product as well as the RTC3 software, which we have deployed in several schools and on the commercial side as well.
Now, does the Justice Department require SOC 2 compliance, or do they just have their own separate certification program? Like you see,
I'm going to pass that off to my partner.
I do a lot of software in my real life, so I may ask questions that are more technical.
Yeah, so as far as the DOJ goes, their compliance is actually the CJIS compliance, Criminal Justice Information Systems, and those standards are set by the FBI. Every law enforcement agency, in order to access FBI criminal history information, has to adhere to those, and our platform is compliant to those standards, including authentication and encryption to ensure the data is safe in transit and at rest.
Oh, so you're at rest too, so it's complete. Okay, gotcha. But do they require SOC 2 or not? I mean, because that's SOC 2, it goes beyond just data. It goes beyond all your security controls, how physical access to the servers, even though they're in the cloud, there's a server somewhere, that type of stuff.
So that with the FBI compliance, they don't refer to other standards, so they don't refer to the SOC 2 standard itself. They write all their own standards. They take best practices into account. They also require those folks that have access to have FBI security clearances, and so when you really look at how high that standard is, it's the top of the list as far as that goes. And then as the cloud on the back end, there's also the requirements to keep it all US based, limit access, both physical and logically.
Thank you. Are these single tenant environments, or are they multiple tenant environments on the servers?
They are multiple tenant environments.
Okay, gotcha. What type of controls do you use to separate tenants for crossover? Or, I know sometimes that can be an issue.
So no, each tenant is separate from their standpoint, and so there's no access between customers cross tenant.
Gotcha. So I noticed through the this is maybe a question for the chief, much more likely. I noticed in the statement of work the products that we're purchasing is I don't see the tips or the notify applications. Are we not purchasing those, or maybe future? I thought those looked like good, good apps we could use here. I didn't see them in the statement of work though. Are we not purchasing those?
I believe those are part of the package. Tyler, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
They are, sir. They're part of the package.
Where were they in the package? I mean, they might be just part included, but I didn't see them in the statement of work regarding the delivery. It was A through F, unless I have something different. It has the Fusus 1, Fusus Core, Fusus Registry, Fusus Vault, and Fusus Office. Are they included in maybe in one of those?
They should be. I'll have to double check it right now.
I'm researching it right now too, sir.
Yeah, it is. The one dated June 21st is the attachment that you received. So when I was going through the scope of work and comparing, what products you offer, I noticed those weren't there, and I thought those were really good products because it gives us two-way communication with the public, and I think that's very important as far as transparency. And someone can literally text in, I see a crime happening, and it goes to the system, and we get a quick alert. So I like that. So I just wanted to make sure those were part of the package.
We will go on record saying it's part of the package.
And we will amend that if we need to, but it is part of the package.
At the same cost, though, that's always the kicker.
At the same cost, yeah, sure.
Thank you. I think you appreciate it. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other council members? I see a raised hand by Councilman Fu.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I'd like to thank the chief for bringing this before us, and for the colleagues and the vendor here for the thoughtful questions and presentation. I only have one question, Chief, because I agree with my colleagues. I think this will be a real big benefit for our entire community. So have you gotten any, private commercial centers or other businesses to agree yet, or is that process going to be conducted after this authorization?
The way we're going to design it is the outreach will take place after the authorization. We have so many of our public cameras that we can link into. We're going to start there. And because there's a cost to the consumer when they want to come on board, we have to put together the outreach piece, find out how many cameras they have, see who's interested, really explain the program to them. And we're developing an outreach component to it. So we're going to get all of our public stuff up and running, our public city cameras, those kind of things, as far as our approach, and then start bringing the other components on board.
Got it. I provided the contact information for the property manager at the Focus Plaza. Have you guys reached out to them yet?
I have not reached out to them personally, sir, but I did give it to my investigation section to reach out and make that contact that you and I discussed.
Great. Okay, thank you. And let us know if any of us can be of any assistance in, we're trying to connect with some of those property owners or business owners to have as wide a network as possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And any others? Okay, I see a raised hand by Vice Mayor King. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor Ding, do you mind if I just?
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a side comment too regarding the discussion of the use of drones and drone cameras. To my knowledge, that's not, if that's something that's in the works, then I would hope that that could be brought back before the council before we really implement it. I think there are significant legal as well as community issues with respect to that. So just separate conversation. But if if that's in the process, I would consider that to be, a policy level decision that, the council and, frankly, I think the community should be engaged in. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, so several questions. Okay, so right now they're talking about it's a commercial camera. They already existing the commercial camera. Just in case we don't have any outreach yet, so we city already have a lot of maybe it's a traffic light. They have the camera on that, right? Public camera owned by city. So probably how many camera we have already?
I'd have to defer to Greg on how many cameras we might have in the city. But I'm sorry, Greg, you there? Yeah, a guesstimation maybe?
Yeah, it's actually very few. We haven't upgraded to video detection at many intersections, just a half dozen maybe, not too many.
Just half a dozen?
Yeah,
Wow.
Very few intersections right now are using cameras.
So
those are the intersection cameras, but we also have access. We can access the public cameras at any of the public buildings on or about the public premises, any cameras that we have at parks and such. And so there are other cameras. I think Greg is saying there's 12 intersection type street cameras that we can tap into, but that's just the start.
So actually, if we yeah, thanks to the chief, you bring this kind of software. It's high technology for our community safety. Yeah. So just technically, I just want to asking. Okay, so that's meaning if we're not too many camera, so we really want our community involvement. As a for my understanding, this a volunteer. Let them if they want to join, right? So maybe we should be if we okay to go through, so we have to do some outreach to let the business owner or property owner to join this kind of the program, right?
Yes, sir. We'll require outreach, and we're putting that program together. But if we look at the cost, and do a cost benefit analysis here, and you look at between $200 and $600 depending on how many cameras, and that's a one-time cost for the core that they're using. And if you compare that cost to other elements of defending one's business, that cost becomes kind of relative. So if for $200 you can have the police monitoring your camera at the push of a button, we're going to bank on that it's worth it for all of the business in town, and that's how we're going to sell it to them. That it really is a $200 security blanket that gives them the opportunity to be covered and monitored to an extent never before experienced.
Okay. So I'm a little bit confused. This is $200. Who charged this $200, or just the camera that costs $200?
No, the cameras are existing cameras. What the business would pay for is the core, which is the connector that connects their camera to this system.
Oh, okay.
So they pay for the core.
Some core to connect the Fuse system. So for each business, if they really want to join this kind of program, they cost them to $200.
$200 to $600, depending on how many cameras and the size of the core they want to use.
Okay, so the Fuse will be charged on that, right? So
I'm sorry.
The title, it's a whole. They pay the city, or they pay the company they provided. I think called a Fuse, right?
Fusus, yes.
Yeah.
The course belonged to Fusus, so that would be money that goes to them. They would be the one to provide that core and conduct any installation that I think if they can do it themselves, but I think there's some technical piece to that. And Tyler, you can chime in on that if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. They can. We walk them through how to install. It's very easy, but I also come out there and help as well.
Okay. So that's a little bit difficulty, not to just easy let them the warranty to just join to this program, because the cost on that. Yeah, that's I consider the worry about it. The people, how can you encourage people pay this money? Yeah. everybody, they want a free, even like a ring, they charge you very less money to, compare. So I guess the reality, just asking that this is the question. Okay. So
Well, the savings for the business folks and the commercial people is that in most of the cases, they don't have to purchase new camera systems. So they don't have to purchase any type of new camera system or any other hardware other than a core that connects them to the system. So it's a one-time cost that will give them years of benefit.
But they still need a camera too, right? They use their existing camera, right? For my understanding.
Yeah, the system has to hook up to a camera. So the folks will have to have a camera in order to participate.
Yeah.
Most of the businesses have cameras because it's required by some of the conditional use permits and stuff that we use here in the city. So we have some security requirements that they will already have in place. So this simply enhances that capability.
Okay. All right. And before they're asking Jerome, and but also asking the resident. But I think the technology is if people that have the ring, you can access the Fuse too, right? If a resident really want to join too, right?
Well, we can access the system will access security cameras of all kinds. I believe that even some of those other aftermarket ones can connect as well, since none of those are owned by Fusus. So it really is about how you plug into the core, and then the core sends the information to the nerve center.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. Another question. So how many the Fuse? Is there any like reference, like who's your current client?
Well, I'll speak on behalf of them. The one that impressed me the most during the presentation is Minneapolis. Minneapolis, which was the epicenter of a lot of the civil unrest, is currently fielding these cameras. We got an opportunity to see it during the demonstration live, where there's hundreds of cameras that are attached, maybe even thousands. Maybe I shorted that number a little bit, but there's the system is working for the entire city of Minneapolis. So I thought that was really, for me, a selling point in that it's being field tested in a place that has really been a hotbed of activity, both protesting activity and other types of maybe criminal activity that the police department and some of the other players have been able to participate in. So that's a big one. And there's a whole lot more as they move kind of west. We're going to become one of the first on the West Coast to get it. So we're looking good, sir.
Okay, so Minneapolis, how many population they have?
A whole lot.
It's bigger than our San Gabriel, right?
A lot bigger, much bigger.
Much bigger.
You might be able to put 5 or 6 San Gabriels in Minneapolis, but that's my non-scientific count there for you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dean. So, well, this is great. This is actually, technology is amazing. A breakthrough for all this integration of all different cameras come together. We wish we had this kind of device, so this is a week ago, because we had an incident happen at our San Gabriel Square, and it's not as serious. Well, actually, the video creates millions of people watching, because it never happened in our community before. It's just 3 young men and snatch a lady's purse while she was checking out at the supermarket. So, we have all these cameras because there's St. Gabriel Square, and, there was a lot of restaurants, but also businesses, and they do have cameras. And we can integrate all of them, and we can see the suspect's license plates, and can trace down his face and all that, and it will be easier for our law enforcement to catch them. But I think it's never been late, because we should have this type of device for our community. So I think this is great news, and just think about the cost. We were talking about a body cam, a computer cost that we're going to spend for 3 years, 28,000, 25,000, 95,000 is really minimal, the way I see it. So I like to move the motion to approve this. Is there a second to this?
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passed, vote of 5-0.
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no public comment for the second section.
Okay, no public comment. I guess the next item is City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just have 3 quick items to announce tonight. Just a reminder to the council and the public that our City Hall opened to the public today. We are open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Our community development and our finance counters are open for walk-ins from 8 to noon every day. And then afternoon, they're available by appointment only, just as we work out what our workload is going to be for the near future. That will change in the next month or so, but people can walk in any day and make that appointment or come into our other counter. Second of all, just, I'm sorry, and as far as that goes for masks, we are following the county guidelines, which is people who are not vaccinated will need to wear masks, but also we recommend highly that everybody wear a mask when they come into our City Hall. From what I saw today, it looked like that was being followed by everybody I saw in our lobby, but we're not keeping people from coming into the doors if they're not wearing a mask, but we still recommend it. Secondly, we have our first council meeting back in person on July the 20th, and that will be featured still on our YouTube channel as well as our Spectrum Channel 3, so people can still watch that from home. And we will be following the same guidelines from the county. It will be recommended that everybody wear a mask, but again, we have signs on the doors that people need to self-certify. If they're not vaccinated, they should be wearing that mask anyway. And finally, as far as that meeting goes for public comment, we will still be accepting public comments via our city clerk email portal. So people can feel like they can still stay home and watch that city council meeting on YouTube and Spectrum and then send in emails. We are going to be accepting emails up until 5 p.m. And those will be read aloud. Anything received after that, we will save for the record and forward to the city council afterwards. But we are saving up till 5 p.m. so that our city clerk staff can pay attention to our meeting and not be monitoring those comments. We will watch that in the coming weeks and months and see if we can integrate that back into it. But for now, that's the way we're going to start for July the 20th. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions or comments from council on any of those items, or to turn it back over to you, Mayor Liao.
Okay, well, actually, I do have, well, not questions, but also comments, because yeah, San Gabriel Valley COG E&R meeting, we invite this engineer from American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineer. So he gave us some recommendation. For instance, the filter for our air conditioning we should use is called MERV, MERV 13, type 13. And also have to keep the ventilation going. We have to keep the outside air coming to our city hall, but also council chamber. And the most important for the temperature and humidity, the HVAC control, keep the temperature 72 degree Fahrenheit and 60% humidity. So that's the most ideal situation. And also I think we should open all the doors because we wanted the outside air to circulate to our chamber. So probably we need to leave the door to downstairs. So because it's on the second floor, most of the time we don't even have any windows to open. So I think we probably have to open that stairs. Another thing is because UV light can kill coronavirus. So I don't think we should place any UV lights in the chambers. But I think, if we are going to remodel the elevator because it's a very enclosed, small area, I just think maybe it would be better if we put the UV light on the ceiling if it's possible. So yeah, so that actually does kill the coronavirus. Other than that, I think we just have to keep cleaning, sanitize, and that kind of stuff. So we're ready. We're excited to meet in person on July 20th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I can confirm that we have upgraded all the filters in our HVAC to be able to be the MERV. I don't remember the number, whether it's 13 or not, but it was what CDC was recommending for inside air circulation. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've also added the UV filters to our HVAC system, not to the elevator, but to our HVAC system.
They're not installed yet, but I believe this week or next week, we'll be installing UV lights within the ductwork right above the blowers. So as air circulates, it will be sterilized.
Okay.
We've also hired a company to clean all our ducts, and we've sterilized, they're sterilizing the ducts also. And prior to council meetings, we will be we'll be running everything on recirculation and getting more fresh air intake. So we'll have more air changes in a fresh air. The recommendation is 2 hours before a meeting and even continue it after the meeting. So we'll maximize fresh air. We've cleaned the ducts. We've sterilized the ducts. We're adding UV lights to the ductwork, and we're increasing the filters to MERV 13 or better.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And that's a good idea, put the UV lights in the ducts because it's bad for your eyes. So I think this is good. We all prepare. We're ready to meet in person again. So next item is council comments and conferences meeting reports. Anyone want to go ahead?
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll start. So I attended the 38th NALEO Annual Conference, which stands for, let's see, I have to remember, National Association of Latinos Elected Officials. I'm sorry, it's very late. And I participated in about 10 sessions because they were all on demand. So I spent the weekend kind of popping in and out. It was only a one-day affair, but you can actually access them even now. I was going to go into a little more detail on each of the sessions, the ones I appreciated the most, but I'll just summarize really quickly. One of them was broadband. Let's work to get us all connected. Really interesting about providing access to everybody, reliable and affordable internet service. And that it's a basic necessity now in every household. Yep. Then local government revenues and solvency in times of COVID-19. That was also very, very interesting. How local jurisdictions, we need to start being innovative and rethink our revenue sources and increase our resilience. So very, what we've been trying to do all along. The next, health crisis and long-term health implications of COVID-19. That one, obviously, it was very close to my heart as being a COVID survivor. It talks about the long-term symptoms and side effects related to COVID-19 and how our community will be affected and how that's going to affect our workforce as well as our healthcare system. And then lastly, other session I wanted to highlight was United Against Hate. All hate crimes have gone up, specifically a surge right now is the anti-Asian hate crimes. But we talked about religious and sexual orientation, and it was a really good, diverse panel that talked about how we can come together to stand against hate. So it was a very, very, very well done. Concluded with a presentation from Vice President Harris and President Biden. And then second, back to the restaurant guide, there's one more thing I forgot to highlight that I really enjoyed about it, is the fact that it listed which restaurants are providing outdoor dining. And I know at least in my family, it's still very important. And I just want to again applaud Nika and Claudia for highlighting that, because that is something that I think a lot of us are still looking at. So thank you again for the restaurant guide. And then I don't know if Rebecca's still here. You know, she didn't get the opportunity to talk about the proclamation of Parks and Rec, so I wanted to give her a little bit of time, my time, to see if there was anything specifically she wanted to mention. You got a little anxious, Mayor. You have a lot of enthusiasm. Rebecca was ready to speak, and we didn't give her the opportunity. I don't know if you want to take a few moments, Rebecca, to say anything about the proclamation.
Thank you, Council Member. I just wanted to highlight the events that we do have going on this summer. We obviously had a huge transition during the pandemic, and I applaud all of my staff on everything that they did during the pandemic, but we are able to be back in person for some in-person events. And sorry, my phone is dying. And the mayor was able to attend that concert last week, and we do have concerts and movies coming up in the coming weeks. So we would invite everyone to come out for those events. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that concludes my council comments.
Okay, any others?
Oh, okay. I just because the IPAD AA, the chairwoman or president, they give it to me the opportunity to thanks the San Gabriel City and provide the place to the Mission Playhouse have the June 26th the Thanks USA the event. So thanks to Mark and thanks to the Chief Harris, Chief Warris, and our police department and the fire department show attend this event and give it to our community, have an opportunity to show our appreciation, our police department and the fire department. Okay, and thanks all the the attending, the council member, mayor to attend it. Okay, so yeah, they thanks the Rebecca to help. Okay, all right, and they give me the information next year. Hopefully, still continue with our San Gabriel City in front of Mission Playhouse. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Okay, no. Well, actually, I mean, very busy with all these different events, but I think this is me, but I'm sure all the city council member want to do something for our community, and that's broadband. This is very important because during pandemic, a lot of kids, they could not attend the school and they don't have internet access. They have to go to Taco Bell or outside of a McDonald's so they can have internet access. So that's really heartbroken, but also we have many people have to work from home. So this is the future. We have to use the high-speed internet. And the American Rescue Plan, they will add us the funding that we can do either water, sewer, all broadband. And so this is something that the whole city council or staff should work together for this and to provide our community, both residents and business with 10 times faster speed and with lower costs. Hopefully, they can apply for if they're low income, families that they can apply for free. But for now, I think we can use this fiber optics while we're improving our traffic signals at the intersections. And yeah, this is the future for St. Gabriel. So I hope, I think we all can work together because it's really a benefit to our city and our community. So thank you. All right. Well, again, it's I thought tonight should end at 8 o'clock, but no, it's 10:47. So we don't want to run into another 11 o'clock, then we have to go to continue. So, well, I'd like to adjourn the meeting until the next regular city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. So we're going to see everyone in person. Thank you and have a good night.